Welcome to today's presentation of Team Music World. This is a 39-level super world, a big collaborative project assembled by 27 makers from Team Music. I believe it was principally coordinated by Barnstorm and Squink, two longtime presences in the maker community who have been frequent visitors to our own stream in the past, along with many of the other makers who are featured here. It was released in late September 2024, so we've been meaning to get to this for a couple of months now, but at long last we are here and we'll play through as much of it as we can. Team Music is one of the longest running communities in Mario Maker 2, probably the most durable and prolific of any sub-communities within the scene that I can think of, having produced so many looping music platforming levels over the past few years. And we look forward to seeing what they've assembled together in this Super World package. Let's go. As you can see in the chat as well, I have posted a link to the source music playlist. There is a playlist that the team assembled when they launched this of the original tracks that the music in the levels was that you'll see today was all based on. So you can give that a listen. But for now, let's just get into levels and play what we can. Beginning with a suitable number of lives, the universe, and everything.
Okay.
And we're going to have a very fast-scrolling 1-1, and we're going to do what we typically do at the beginning of a Mario game and die to the first Goomba. This introductory level here, I believe, was assembled by Barnstorm. We got off to a bit of a slow start in the scrolls, and my eyes are immediately kind of pinned to the left side of the screen. But let's actually get going properly this time and check for the mushroom, which is of course not there because that might break something critical for all we know. It does mean that we're slightly behind pace, of course. With many of these levels, it's really just a matter of maintaining pace with the scrolls so you don't have to stare at the bottom left corner the whole time. Don't worry about boundary crushing you accordingly, so. Whoop, there we go. And that does serve, whoops, a very specific purpose there of being a bit of a timing gate, lining you up at that muncher with how is something that you have to wait for in case you have outpaced the level at all with any of your prior jumps. This gets everything to be properly synchronized in the last sequence, because there's really only one spot where you're going to hit the POW at all, so we'll take a dip into here. Now, because we're playing this in the Super World format, if any of these levels have bonus objectives like clearing without the use of a checkpoint, we won't be able to see them over the course of this run. Those would require replays, but we will just go for the clears and see how we do in the rest. And I kind of figured that the muncher was going to be POW'd out of the way. We totally didn't plan around the big Goomba there, though. Over the ice we go. And forward. Yeah, pretty generous landings all around with multiple enemies arrayed together. For a moment, I thought it was going to miss that spring, but luckily we managed to get out of that. And of course, here is the ending past the pipe. Barnstorm, who sequenced and assembled this level, is also, aside from his music work, very well known for remakes of other Nintendo content within Mario Maker 2, so that is not surprising at all as a bit of an introductory contribution. Now, I'm not personally familiar with all the music that is in this package, but again, there is a playlist that exists for anybody who wants to see where all the source material came from, and we need to get around that corner properly. This one here, 1-2, was put together by Triscade, who is also a very frequent streamer. Often has his digital keyboard open when he's assembling music levels. I probably did drop by at some point on his stream, when he was building either this or something like it, but he's somebody who's been credited with quite a few levels over the course of this project. Many of the levels that are in this package, Team Music World, are also themselves levels that are collaborations, sometimes with the music sequencing and the level design put together by separate makers, but I believe this one is a Triscade solo project. Now we need to mine those Mecha Missiles. One of the few times that we've seen Mecha Missiles in a completely controlled setting where you do actually need to jump on them as reliable platforms. We saw them launched quite a ways earlier on the left, and this time around we didn't need them. We weren't baited into them accordingly. It says no Mega Mushroom at the beginning, and glad we, realized that, because of course there are a couple of locations here where a Mega Mushroom would just put you through the floor. So, rather important warning. And then we kicked out a little bit late, but we made it. But we were a little bit late on the scroll in general. There was a bit of hesitation there early on, and it did punish us at the end. Yeah, because we need to kick it at a pretty well-controlled location here to make it cross and through. And there we go. A hint of the mysterious Murasame Castle there at the flag that was promptly interrupted. Oh, Mystical Ninja. Yeah, this is Goemon, I think, but not something I know very well. Next up, we have 1-3 Metal Cap Maze. And this time we play with the Super Ball, which I suppose is the closest analog to what we hear with this tribute to Super Mario 64, I guess. And we'll have a bit of a pink coin hunt here. This one, I believe, was assembled by Shearwater with Barnstorm supplying the music track. And this is going to be a Super Ball bounce, but we'll need to bank it up like this. There we go. Kind of a gentle exploration level. But we, of course, need to not die to our own bombs if we can avoid it. Come back up to see what's here. Yeah, you can kind of track your way back up, but we would need to drop a bomb somewhere on the left here to blow this up. Oh, I wonder. Maybe something from below. Spiny hat or something. Because it looks kind of like you were supposed to walk a bomb down here, but I don't see a way to do it, so probably just a passage on the way up. And let's head back down through the maze. So yeah, at some point we'll have to head up over to the left, but until we do that, let's just see what we're dealing with. This also looks like a bit of a Super Ball bounce potentially, but no, this would have to be broken from below at best. I feel like a Spiny Hat on the way up is going to happen, but we'll find that out in good time. Let's try to bounce this up, and then, oh, here's Boom Boom. Let's get Boom to Boom instead of jumping him. We've been playing too much mirror mode Mario Kart this week. Very tempting to call him Moob Moob. Oop, there we go. And sure, we'll do it the long way. We don't get to use the Super Ball that often, so. But maybe we need to be a little better about doing it the long way. And mind the clock while we're at it. Would have thought kindly come this way. And would have thought kindly come on back. We'll follow it out, I think. Much more sensible. Now, this is all in one segment so far, so I don't know if it's a 4-coin hunt or a 5-coin hunt. It might be a 5-coin hunt. Now, we'll have to back through here for the on-off switch, but then find another way down, probably on the other side. Oh, yeah. But if so, I guess we would be trapping the thwomp behind that gate and going around. So maybe we should do this first. Oh, I feel like maybe I wasn't... maybe I can, yeah. That's fine, actually, because it bumps them up, and then you get past that gate. Nice little sequence there, but we totally didn't hit that on-off switch. So how are we coming back down? Oh, because we have another switch here. Hadn't thought about that at all. Now, of course, we'll need to climb all the way back up. Which we can do. I actually paid no attention whatsoever to where the key door was located. But it is here. And checkpoints. Plus star, so... we'll have... oh, just a bit of a Super Ball bonus zone, actually. By the looks of it. I wish I'd noticed that earlier before we bumped into that. Because, yeah, the idea, I think, is that you keep the Super Ball and you grab the coins that you can with some decent bank shots here and there. And not having the Super Ball, I unfortunately can't grab everything up top. Which is too bad, because this is Super World, and who knows, that may matter someday. N0N-75X-JNG here by Real MM2. One of the makers I'm less familiar with, I think, but we'll see what this is all about and what track it is. Oh, whoops. Yeah, another auto-scroller. Slower than the last one, of course, but we truly need to make the jumps. And slide through. Donkey Kong our way over here. Oop. Yeah, we're a little behind on the scroll. Let's watch out here. And not back off so much. The icicle's not really a threat. It's actually the one-way panel beside it that we don't want to get dunked by, obviously, but we shortened that jump a little excessively. Yeah, we fell behind there previously with a bit of hesitation on the thwomp, but we have it this time. Now let's get a nice, solid jump on that switch. Okay, that's a dunk. As is that. And then, whoops. Yeah, I was trying to hit that. It's obviously supposed to cause a chain reaction to hit an on-off switch that opens up the wall to the right, but we need a bit of a run into that, hence the poison mushroom obstacle. You are meant to take a moment there to build up some speed while dodging. which is kind of neat. A little bit of time pressure to do that from the auto-scroll, but enough leeway, I think, to properly plan that out. Now let's take ourselves through here. Oh, totally missed that. And totally missed that. Yeah, we only get so many tries, unfortunately. First try is probably not absolutely required, but would be better when it comes to scroll timing. I mean, we'll see how strict it is after that obstacle. But we need to aim quite a bit better for that block when dodging the poison at the same time. Yeah, that little bit with the run above the poison mushroom is something that stands out here because it's not a very typical kind of obstacle for this kind of music auto-scroller. Whoops, let's not let up on the slides so soon. I was about to say often the poison mushroom is used so heavily in these music levels as it is, because if you run out of enemy placements that you can do after putting the music track together, that's one of the best available options to still present a moving threat. So we probably see the poison mushroom more often in music auto-scrollers than we do anywhere else in the game. But let's move forward here. And then, once again, we'll just make sure we don't get dunked by the ceilings. But the failure point every single time has been the poison mushroom area. And once again, we'll miss. Okay, will it hit quickly enough? Yes, it will. And so it will get us out in time. So you are given a lovely way to hit that on the second try, thankfully. Here's a 30 coin. Back out of some of these jumps from time to time just to maintain the right distance and just a little bit shorten some of them. Oh, missed with 30. That's okay. Wasn't quite sure about our timing there, so. And let's grab some of these. Let's not neglect them too much. And GG with a heart. Of course, a little purely cosmetic bonus here for riding it out on top. And we'll take the clear. And here's the World 1 castle. And it's from Contra. This one is a collaboration. Oh, wow, what a spring there. I was about to say something about the level. This was a collaboration, according to the credits, between Cathy Beef, or Catherine Beefheart, and Barnstorm. And yeah, that little bit of a launch there past the shell caught me by surprise. We do need to back off and control the jump into the boom boom a little bit in the initial entry point here. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that springiness coming out of dry bones there, and that. Yeah, we do need to land a little better here, though. We can't just do full jumps everywhere. You do need to follow some of the markers, like the coin markers, to get some proper landings. Going here. And here's a Goom split. That's going to be to the left, and then we have to go up. Yeah. Fair bit of controlled jumping here, where we'll need to mind our timing. That shell bounce was a little bit more difficult to time, though, for sure. So, let's see what we can do. Only a few controlled pullbacks. We'll just need to watch out for them when they're relevant. And up we go. And yeah, we should obviously be hugging that wall, but not pushing into the icicle. That's a lot better than how we did there before. Now, I really do need full momentum on that shell, but I find that I'm controlling the jump a bit to land on it, and the pullback is actually maybe killing us a bit when it comes to getting above that corner. So we'll see what we can do with that. Oops. Definitely the fact that we need to pull ourselves back from overshooting some of these jumps is occasionally maybe adding a bit of fluctuation to our timings that we'll just need to adjust around. Whoops. And yeah, we want to pull back on a boom boom, but maybe not quite that much. Burning through that bank of lives that we've been amassing in World 1. Usually not a very relevant consideration when we are playing these levels as singles. Oh, completely missed that. Yeah, we do need to target our landings. All of our landings in this level. Can't just expect them to right themselves when holding right the way we do so often elsewhere. And then let's just get much better momentum coming into this. That's neat that the helmet would throw together like that for you. So you are supposed to damage through that and hold up into the pipe. I wasn't quite sure we were on target for that, and of course I was just reading it for the first time, so that was a bit of a surprise. Definitely a few things here that are conventional. I think if we had actually pushed into that spot properly, I'm not sure you're supposed to approach the piranha from the side. Maybe you are supposed to whack it with the shell from below, but it's hard to tell because, you know, when you're about to hit checkpoint, sometimes having the power up peeled off is what is supposed to happen. And so we just need to be a little more exact about all of that. Whoops. This is definitely the fullest of full jumps. We just whiffed it completely. Too far from the edge that time, I think. Okay, there we go. Much better. Yeah, definitely a couple of thrilling high-speed surprises in this one that you have to react to very promptly, like the whole sequence of wearing the shell in the first place. Okay, so given the angle there, I think I am supposed to damage boost through the piranha, but again, I was holding up into that. It felt like we were going a little too far to the left of the pipe to get the entry properly, so we'll need to really hold right into that bounce, I think, at the very end. Hold right into the bounce, but still hold up in time for the entry, which we will see. Yeah, if it's a checkpoint immediately after that, I do find it sensible that it would be a damage boost location. Definitely, again, not a typical thing you see at the exits. Then maybe I just don't play enough team music. Now, I wonder why we keep falling short on that jump. We need to mind that corner. Anyway, let's try to pass the typical obstacles. Yeah, the moment where you donned a helmet here is quite nice, just very precisely tuned. Okay, there we go, that's exactly how it's supposed to look. And here's Boom Boom at a checkpoint to spring you forward. And it is going to be a full jump off a slightly better edge there as we spawn in. And of course, if we play badly enough to lose the checkpoint, we'll have to deal with it accordingly. Let's not miss the jumps. Yeah, high speed thrills all around in this one. Oh, don't want to miss that. Yeah, we're jumping a little bit too early in some spots. And if you do that, then that is a fatal mistake. No, we need to just ride this out and bounce the shell. We've been doing it successfully prior to that. We just need to really stay on the ball there. Okay, yeah, you see you have these little one-tile lips here that bait you into missing the jumps upward. So you do need to be somewhat more precise. And I saw that you definitely have to tap the shell to the right, so I pulled back a little bit. We pulled back excessively, by the looks of it. So again, let's each of these hits. Doesn't help that these are large enemies that totally obstruct your view of Mario as you're running across where they've been knocked down, and so the thwomp was definitely throwing off my jump for a moment. And of course, that's just part of the obstacle. You're kind of running underneath your view of the enemy, and whoops. How did that happen? We did tap the switch that time. I don't know why we clipped right through there. Almost certainly just a slight control issue on my end. Oop, behind the scroll, that's not good. We're going to lose. And yes, we are. Just given the speed of the auto scroll, everything has to be done immediately over here. Love how the POW hits there, if you pay attention to them carefully, are synchronized to the music. Yeah, and so we're just clipping right through. We do need to have a much better landing there, but with enough forward momentum to continue carrying forward to the right. That's why you kind of need to touch the left side corner, because otherwise you don't get that reclaim effect. Yeah, if you kind of follow the rhythm, then it's actually in some ways easier to hit each of those POWs where you land them on the downbeat. And if you think about them that way, then it's easier to be on target, which is a very nice subtle touch to this. Okay. And then, whoops, missed the hold right there to get you over to Goom. I was thinking I had a little more time to stick that landing, but no, you just need to press right into it and bounce. Actually very satisfying once you know that you just have to hit on the beat here. Whoops. Which is not to say that we've been making it every time. Yeah, you see. But you have to, of course, also land that hit. Which needs a full list of full jumps right off the edge. Yeah, slight pullback on the spiny there, but that does solve the problem. And then, how come I'm not landing properly there, though? Maybe I'm supposed to land in the water and then jump up. I didn't think so. It kind of looked like I was able to fall towards the goon, but maybe I'm misreading that. Maybe I am supposed to fall in. But then you were under a bit of time pressure from the blue blocks on the track. Maybe. We have to read that a bit more carefully, I think, too. Understand what I'm doing wrong, because maybe I am supposed to land in the water first, which would be a bit unusual, but because the scroll has stopped. As long as we don't miss the opportunity to get into the pipe entry, which I haven't read properly yet, then maybe we are supposed to fall straight down there. We'll have to try it. No, I feel like... No, there's a very specific opportunity to get on the blocks there, and you're supposed to take damage off the icicle, so we do just need to fall into the goon much better. I was holding right into that, and I don't know why that wasn't quite working out. It may be because I'm not holding jump for long enough on the fall, and that I need to slow the fall, get in position, and possibly we're not doing that well enough. Okay, I'm just kind of holding full jumps into here. No, it's not going. Because if you're swimming down there for too long, then it doesn't work. But maybe, well, I don't know. I don't quite understand Goom there yet. We can try it from the water again, but it's a whole lot of paddling that doesn't seem to be working out, so. Might be something else to it that we're just missing. It would seem unusual to have to dip in the water first, but again, depends on how generous the gate entry is there. So, it actually looks like you can catch that. It's just that you have to land in such a position that you get onto the snake block and still get the entry while you're in a damage boost from the icicle entry. So we'll try it that way again. That actually does seem to be a little bit smoother than attempting to land on the Goom immediately. Whoops. There's still a bit of a problem here, this POW. Okay, that's a lot cleaner. That was also a lot cleaner. Nope, you're not supposed to fall in that trap, but interestingly enough... Yeah, there's quite a lot of fail-safes here to get you around. I wonder if we're supposed to jump on the Mega Missile, to be honest, and then get in that way. I feel like, timing-wise, it is like it's tuned around the expectation that you land on the Goom immediately, and that's what is throwing me off about that, is that we can't seem to stick that in any way. Yeah, because we're just not getting that fall. But the mecha does give you a position that might allow you to get up to where the icicle is, and so we just have to rethink that a bit. Okay, let's see what we can do. Straight... Oh, nope. I was trying to go straight down. It didn't work. But basically, if you kind of get right into that slot, well, we'll see. Definitely, there are a lot of unconventional innovations in the platforming segment here. No, you can't fall in there again. And the track is not going to come back, so we can't enter at this point anyway. Here he is. Now, at least the segments up to there give you enough coins to work with that you don't deplete the lives at too great a pace, but depending on where you fail, of course. Like if you overshoot right there. By cutting through the spiny on the wrong half. Oh, nope. Felt like that was actually almost workable, but a little slow. Doesn't quite achieve what I wanted because it doesn't get us onto the skull. The appropriate moment. Yeah, no, I feel like it's supposed to be a quick fall onto Goomba, and we just don't know how to do it. Rather, we don't know what the control issue is. It's precluding me from just landing straight down on it. Oops. Right off the edge. A bit of a spill. There we go. You know what? It's actually fine to take damage there. If you get onto the skulls... I mean, we were holding right into that. We missed a pipe entry because we came in a bit high, I think. But it's okay to take damage ahead of the icicle, the same way that we had the piranha damage boost. Whoops. In the earlier segment. Because that actually would have made it, even if we clipped the Goomba on the side a little bit. You have enough time that you can get up onto the skull platform, and that's the priority. Kind of baits you into think it's supposed to be a bounce, but... Whoops. Yeah, there are these subtle pullbacks that are all over this level as well. You have to let up directionally for just a moment. Okay, that's actually correct this time, except we missed the entry. So I don't know what it was that time that allowed me to jump on the Goom properly. I don't know why we were not previously able to make that landing. It's kind of like as the blue platform was going over, that it nudged us and gave us a little bit of rightward momentum, that we actually hit the lip of the blue skull platform as it was scrolling to the right. And so it may just be an adjustment on our jump height and jump length getting out of that switch, because we need a little bit of that forward pull from the blue skull platform in order to land on the Goom in the first place, because otherwise the wall kills too much momentum. And so that may just be a very minute adjustment that we need to make, because clearly we can't land on the Goom immediately, and that gets us on the skull platform in time. So yeah, at least we're kind of seeing what the intention is now, but it was what I originally thought, just with much tidier execution. Yeah, so just a much shorter bounce. 20-second survival. Okay, that's fine. We'll do it. So yeah, what happened there? So I did figure what the problem was at the end there, which is that you need to do as short a jump as possible to hit the final switch. And the reason you do that is because you need to re-land onto the Blue Skull platform immediately. Also, it helps to have the helmet coming into here. I wonder if there's some kind of bonus for keeping it, but... Photoboos coming back up? I thought they would. Yeah, because you needed to get back into that immediately in order for the Blue Skull platform in its final half tile or so to pull you forward into the wall, and that gives you enough forward momentum to land in the Goom. And that's what we were missing it previously, was because we were doing a full jump into the final switch press, and that meant that we missed the Blue Skull platform as it was going over to the right without giving ourselves the extra nudge from it. Then we were not able to make it over. So let's finally get into World 2. That took us much longer than we should have. But we are here, and I'm going to look at 2-1 here, put together by Doc Juice. A door at the front there and on-off switches tell me that there's going to be some kind of second segment that comes back here. And has a little bit of spawn blocking in the layout, and also some damage boosting that we should be aware of. That door up top was concerning for me for a moment, as is the hammer throw from one of the instruments here, from the sledge on the left side. Oops. Got caught a little bit on the corner. Oh yeah, because we got caught up top by a jump that was much too high. Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, you're supposed to grab the helmet and then land back on the muncher. That's what we did successfully previously, and we do know what that's all about. Yeah, lighter controlled jumps here and there, but not that light. We want to hit the wall, ideally, without overshooting. And right now we're undershooting ever so slightly. Yeah, the scroll stops pretty quickly here. Now let's not get sledged at this time if we can avoid it. And if we can get there in the first place. Nope. Not great on that diagonal. Yeah, we do need to go straight up to the shell so we can get the damage boost off the muncher. We do know that. The scroll pushes pretty aggressively, but the segment ends pretty soon, so... And as you can see, there's a scroll break on the right side of the first pass there, which activates here. Slide, and then tap. And we're through this segment at least. And at the checkpoint. Full jump off of the mole, and then hold a full jump over that diagonal slope on the top right. Under it, rather. This is not what I expected from checkpoint. How did that happen here? Oh yeah, no, because we just didn't pay attention to actually successfully doing the jump that time. I just... No, everything's fine. We need to stay on the platform until the actual jump. Yeah, this comes so early, I was surprised at doing it successfully. And before I knew it, we were reading something completely different. Oh, no, didn't mean to catch that. That was a bit of an accidental diagonal. Nope, nope, once again, accidental diagonal. I don't know why. I have a tendency to kind of point upright diagonal a little bit in some of these jumps, but let's check our impulses with that kind of thing. I'm supposed to get on the note block, obviously, but we way overshot that time. A bit of a pullback here, but that's successful. Whoops. Once again, catching too many vines on these jumps. Oh. We were a little bit late reacting to that, that's why. We didn't quite get in position properly for that shell drop. Let's mind our aim here a little bit. And then, of course, we need to do a straight fall, which we held into a little bit too long in that location. I don't think you're actually required to hit those. But you do need to hit the fullest jump possible in the note block, so let's try to fix a couple of these issues as we go. Okay, fall, and then... Wait, so you get up there, you do the drop, and then... I guess we're not supposed to be projected by the flop yet, but I'm not quite sure. Like, I think it's there to push the shell, at least in part, but... We misread that a bit, because the first time we actually just took the spring off the thwomp. And... we just need to get back into that before we lose 18 lives and get back into the first segment. So I don't know why we're running into that shell. I kind of expected it to drop ahead of us a little bit so we could drop down towards it, but I guess maybe we do need to pull back, whoops, a little bit. Okay, let's be a bit more disciplined about not hitting diagonals here. Nope. Smacked right into it. Oops. Yeah, and part of the purpose of the question blocks, of course, is to just encourage you to align your jumps properly to keep on pace, which we massively overshot that time. Okay, now drop into the swamp, and then we have to kind of curl into it and aim for the MTP block as our landing. So we do need to pull back a little bit, but we pull back with such a trajectory as what gets us a landing on the MTP block, and when we let the shell project ahead of us. So I do see what's supposed to happen there, but doing it is a different question. Yeah, okay. Nice little satisfying hops over there. And then what are we looking at? Well, the scroll has ended. We're gonna get a super ball here. What for, we wonder? Well, looks like there's some kind of bonus up here. Super Team Music World. Do we get to hit anything with the Super Ball? And yeah, somebody here loves the 80s. Trying to slip here between the 80s, and the 80s just won't let us out, but that's okay. 80s seem to be very popular in team music for some reason. We seem to have more exposure to 80s popular music through your team music levels than through anything else. Let's move on to the next one. And this will be 2-2 by Miracle, and it's Woodman. One of several Mega Man selections, I think, that's in this package, if I'm not mistaken. Absolutely no surprise that Mega Man would also be popular among music makers. Okay. 10 coin over there, but then I guess, yeah, this is a bit of an exploration level, so we'll let the loop play. Kind of nice to have a bit of a break again with a global looping level. You can just explore at your pace. We don't actually need that 10 coin, but we're going to go for it because we're reckless. Yeah, as with that vertical scroll exploration level that we saw in the first world. It's nice not to be doing auto-scroll absolutely all the time. Oops, so much for the flower though. Luckily, very clearly optional. Oh, let's not bypass that. I don't know how we'd get back there if we missed that coin. Because it looks like you'd be more or less locked in this segment. But maybe it's optional. I can't imagine that it wouldn't be optional, just given that structure. Bit of a power-up check there, just to get the loop going. Getting you into Super Mario here for the boss. Okay, so this is a dodging segment where you need to just catch everything appropriately. Oh, no. What comes down is going to head back up. So yeah, it looks like the coins are optional. And we would, of course, complete it with the safety coin after the boss door. Nope, that was getting us into trouble immediately. Should actually lead the shots up a little better than we've been doing. We want to stay on the same column, just sometimes we tighten up around that a little too much. Just staying around the middle, I think, is probably best there, just to give us enough room from the diagonal shots coming from the left and right. So we have a little bit more headroom when we also have to dodge the Larry projectiles. Whoops, well, it's already a bit of an impulsive misplay there. Okay, let's just stand here for a moment. I'm sure eventually we'll hit a POW. And yeah, unfortunately the crossfire there was not something I could jump around very well. So sometimes when we see that kind of thing happen, we do need to reposition a bit. Ideally to the left, so we have a bit more reaction time on the projectiles coming from the right. And then we make that same mistake every time, but we actually managed to get out this time, which is maybe unusually good. Okay. Oh, caught already. It's okay, this is a better segment for us than what we had previously. And yeah, it's actually on a timer, or rather the on-off switch is on a timer, and after that we do need to get into a fight. Because it just makes Larry available on the right for us to bump. But we still need to make it over there and actually do it. Of course, there's a little bit of projectile RNG to deal with, which sometimes may make all the difference for the pattern that we choose to adopt when dodging everything here. Okay. Oh, I was about to step over, but didn't quite make it. Okay, let's be a little bit more cautious this time. Staying somewhat grounded can be done if you know where the position of the piranhas coming up and down would be. That was a bit of a tough call there, but we made it. Okay. Now, fire flower, that's good. Glad we caught that. We actually had not survived long enough to see it previously. Oh. And actually, after the on-off switch, the let's all get out of the way, which is a nice touch. We did lose the flower, unfortunately. So whatever bonus is locked behind it, we will not get, but we will still be able to make it over to the coin. I feel like this is the flagpole here on the right, and we don't want to try to jump over the 10 coin before we know what's going on. And get baited over there before we have a chance to plug in the lock here. The optional objective. That gets our life count back to something maybe slightly more respectable. And no, this is the flag, not what we saw earlier. Totally missing the top of the flag at point-blank range, which is also highly typical. Okay, let's see who's next. And then, oh no, we need to actually wear it. Let's pay attention here. This is another one by Triscate, I believe. But after we wear the shell, we want to, of course, just walk a little bit further. Just jump into it right away. And I said jump into it right away. Jumping into it right away means letting go of the dash button, perhaps. No, you're supposed to drop the shell as you're going forward so it lands on the conveyor. Hang on. I think the idea is that you just need to run across. And yeah, there we go. Much cleaner. And we still need to make that jump and land in that shell. It's a very quick read. We can do it. And let's not get caught on the shell's little bounce here that can throw off our jumps. And again, we have to be careful with shell pickups, and that does mean letting go of the dash button on drops. Because dropping into shells while holding the dash button leads to all kinds of inaccuracy. No, this is a forward throw. And so we definitely messed that up because we are required to still hold the shell going into this, but it double bounces on the grunges. Oops. The P markers actually give you a pretty good sense of where to go. At least with this initial release here. And again, yeah, we need to let up on Y. Which is one of those really fussy things about the bone shell. And Run, welcome. Oops. Not quite making it here. Yeah, hope you're enjoying the stream. Whoops. We are just about to expend our entire bank of lives here. We're going to hit our first continue, but luckily we're not past any kind of checkpoint. That's okay, we'll just get back into it with another bank of 42. Yes, everything here is a level by the makers from Team Music. Probably one of the biggest communities within the Mario Maker 2 community, still standing. Oops. Let's not hold down before we actually have confirmed the grab. I'm not trying to get a world record. I have not even gotten a clear on this yet. And whoops, let's let go of Y, as we've been saying. Since we're playing this within the Super World format, we can't replay levels right away after we've cleared them anyway, so... because we need to get back into the profile to do that. Since when you're playing from the Super World map, you can't re-enter cleared levels. Which is not so good for optional objectives, but you can always just go to the list afterwards and find where everything is. We need to jump a bit earlier here. We're still on the brick. Unless we're supposed to... Actually, let me think about that. Definitely on the lookout for spots where you need to have the invincibility effect on the shell, but... yeah, satisfying double bounces here. And then we needed a much fuller bounce off the boom boom. The aesthetic mushroom column dangling there to give a bit of a visual attachment point for the claw actually threw me off slightly because we misread that as a wall. That's okay, we'll fix it. And then hop over this way. Yeah, full jumps off the booms. And then a slightly better ascent over that corner. Ron, you saw on YouTube I have over 800 videos. Yeah, because I recently moved the entire stream archive dating back to 2020 off of Twitch because Twitch was no longer willing to store that much video content. And I just exported it directly to YouTube. It's not terribly organized right now, I suppose. But it is the complete archive of every full stream that we've actually kept since 2020. It's not exactly in a very made-for-YouTube format. You know, I don't expect people to be just openly browsing that stuff. It's very much for long-term archival purposes. If I ever cut some videos in a more YouTube-friendly format at some point, will be... oh, why is there a reset here? Yeah, if we ever cut some more content in a YouTube-friendly format... No, we have to land this on top and ride it up, that's why. Oh, no. Okay, so we have to be careful here because we don't want to hold the grab going into that. To finish my sentence earlier, if we ever do have more YouTube-friendly content at some point that is actually appropriately cut for that format, we might do it on a separate channel because the current channel is purely just a full stream VOD archive. How many tries have I done this level? Enough that I've hit one game over on it at the very beginning already. Whoops, we need to whip this. We're too slow, but that's okay. This is just the initial read. So yeah, probably, I don't know, about 30 or 40? I haven't really kept track. And thank you so much for the follow. Oh, whip the on-off. Yeah, this is very much just a little tail whip check here in this whole segment. And then we do need to float over in order to whack that one. Yes, the markers are where anybody playing this level has died. So when I take a death, when you see all the markers appear on screen, that's an indication of where the players of this level on the whole have died, so you can see where the most frequent locations are. Totally missed that. Supposed to jump on a note block up to the on-off, and then I think we will be trapped in the on-off at that point until there's some kind of timed release, and that allows the thwomp to back off momentarily. I think that's how it goes. Let's see if that's actually the case. No, yeah, short jump here and then up top before the thwomp hits. And then the big bomb is going to hit the other on-off switch to release us down once the thwomp has been given an opportunity to back off. So that's what's going to happen there. I don't know how you get that 50 coin on the left. Oh, probably if you come here with the POW and then you use the POW immediately to drop the coin. That's why, because we actually did have the POW going into this. That's almost certainly what it was. Yeah, because going here from the last segment, we had the POW as something we were optionally holding. Oops, missed it. And then, yeah, just a short jump onto the note block after. And of course, if we expend our remaining 23 lives, we start back at the beginning before the checkpoint. Which is fine, we've been learning this. Oh, no. We will need to tail whip for something else, yeah, to pass that gate up ahead, but let's just see the timing here. So you do need to hold right into this, and if I'm coming out of the on-off switch, of course it doesn't allow me to crouch down, so our entry has to be pretty crisp. Oh, no. Missed it. And up we go. No. Just need to hit the tail whip a little bit earlier. Yeah, we do need the tail in order to break the blocks that obstruct the exit on the right side. So I am not supposed to take damage at that point. But sometimes I scout ahead a little bit even if we know we failed. So we can see what's ahead of us. Nope, still not making that corner, so. James D, I am indeed playing on Switch 2. I have found, on my setup at least, that the audio output sounds nicer on an identical setup in terms of identical speakers and everything. I don't know what it is, because I don't know if that's also reflected on the stream. Well, no, actually, yeah, we need to float down with the tail, because otherwise we miss the landing there. It's a little too quick for me to get a clean 2-tile entry, but if we whip with the tail, which I hadn't considered previously because we hadn't actually successfully gotten there with the raccoon tail, then that gives us a slow float that allows me to get down appropriately. So yeah, let's get ready to tap our way in and float down gently. There we go. And that gets us to checkpoint. What's this? Key. Yeah, sure. Okay, and this is the equivalent to what we saw earlier. The problem with that, though, is that we need to have a much cleaner kind of drop and jump, I think. Yeah, no, we don't want to kill it. Yeah, it's drop and jump like that. Then we grab this. And then same idea. Very satisfying, in fact. Oh, the pipe to the 50 coin. Or rather, I guess it's the exit. And yeah, run. The Switch 2 is backward compatible with almost absolutely everything, often with some built-in performance improvements from the better hardware, kind of like if you were upgrading a PC. There are a few minor exceptions, like things that depended on controllers from Switch 1 where the controller needed to fit into a particular accessory that was a specific size. Like those would not carry over in quite the same way. Very, very small minor compatibility issues. Like the Joy-Con controllers on Switch 1 have an infrared sensor on the bottom that hardly anything uses, except for maybe WarioWare and one thing in Game Builder Garage. And so some of those things are on the list of things that did not carry over to Switch 2. And there are a few lingering third-party games that are waiting for patches, because currently they have crash bugs that have not been resolved yet. And so some games carrying over from Switch 1 need some patches on the way, but that's an extreme minority of cases, and Nintendo actually has a full list of what software is affected by that. And Mario, you just got your Switch 2. I hope you're enjoying it. I don't know if you've just been diving straight into Mario Kart like everybody else, but that would not surprise me. What about the main menu music from Wii? Yeah, all the Wii music nowadays just has to be on the Nintendo Music app, if you have a Nintendo account and subscription active. I actually use that music app extremely heavily, but all the old Wii channel music is still there. In the shop and everything else. Shop and the Mii Maker and all of the Wii era classics, essentially. This level here is another one by Barnstorm, I think. This is what, the 2-4, right? Blaster Master? Yeah, so this is a throwback to another old video game. As we've been saying, Barnstorm loves his video game remakes and tributes in Mario Maker. Very much a special interest of his. Okay, let's get a fuller jump off this. Yeah, we're still whiffing this a little bit. And Mario, you did try the Switch 2 Welcome Tour, yeah? Hope you've been enjoying that. We had a great time streaming it, as you saw, in our opening weekend. I'll read the rest of your message in a moment, when I'm not also jumping. I was worried about that slope for a moment here, but we made it. Okay. Oh, no, that's a little too late on the scroll. And yeah, I've been enjoying the P-Switch missions in Mario Kart Tour quite a lot. We've been doing most of them off stream. I did my first 50 or so on stream. But I quite often just go back into Mario Kart Tour just to roam around with the photo mode anyway. And lately I've just been taking more P-Switches along the way with it. And so I'm up to almost 100 at this point. I find that the most satisfying ones have consistently been ones that are tributes to the Super Nintendo races, where you can kind of find the areas that were based on Super Mario Kart in the open world, and you can just race those tracks as P-Switch challenges, because they're generally too short to really support a full circuit race. But people noticed very early on with the Mario Kart World map that the classic courses were built into them, into the layout, and that this is how they worked out. I knew I had to wrap around there, but I missed it. That this is how they worked out, that the P-Switch missions actually allow you to play them as little gentle time trial races, essentially. It was just absolutely delightful. And a lot of the same shortcuts still work, too. as we discovered in Ghost Valley. Obviously, I've been loving the photo mode in that game, and if anybody else here does as well, we'd be happy to see your creations shared on the Discord or elsewhere. Mine have been on a Discord. Whoops. Oh, just missed this. This was supposed to be a bomb activation. James D, I am very much looking forward to Donkey Kong as well. I was wondering if I should have watched the direct presentation, because I knew I was likely to get the game anyway, but then we couldn't resist and we didn't have to watch it, and aren't as completely blind going in the way we were with something like Tears of the Kingdom, but the soundtrack now is the thing I'm really looking forward to about that game. We always knew it would be some kind of very mechanically solid and diverse platformer, but the thing the presentation really made clear is that the music is going to be an absolute blast. But yeah, I thought it was already clear back in April that Donkey Kong is the big premier single-player title for this year, and I really didn't think that was ambiguous at all. Whoops. I feel like we are falling behind auto-scroll pace a little bit here in some fashion. No, it's not David Wise and Grant Kirkhope directly on this team. They have a lot of other creative commitments these days, I think. But of course, they've reworked and reused some of the Donkey Kong Country material, which was good to hear, because it seems like one of the things that Bonanza is trying to do is unify a lot of the disparate elements of the Donkey Kong series. You know, both the rare Donkey Kong Country era and also some of the other visions of the series since its arcade inception. I mean, this is very much a homecoming for the Tokyo team from Nintendo that is generally and reasonably suspected to be the lead team behind Donkey Kong Bonanza. It really kind of came to prominence when they took over Mario in Super Mario Galaxy, but before that, the thing they were best known for was Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. That was really the origin story of the team and why they were allowed to take charge of 3D Mario. And so it's very much the Jungle Beat team, we think, and much later the Odyssey team that gave Pauline such a great comeback that we're seeing back in action. So, Descriptivist, welcome. Yeah, David Wise has been quite busy, Descriptivist, so... I don't remember if he was involved with Ukulele. I know that was either him or Grant Kirkhope or both who, as a rare alumni, were called in for that. But Ukulele has a remake coming that I think also has some music work going on. Yeah, because it has the upcoming remake, Yuka Ukulele. But yeah, I don't think they're directly involved this time around, but whoops. Okay, let's make sure yeah, there is a bit of a marker there telling you to tap that one on the left so you don't have issues, and we are supposed to pull back a little bit with a full jump here in order to land that properly. And yeah, descriptive as you're saying, both of them did rejoin their former rare colleagues for ukulele. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to recall if that was the case. I never played the original ukulele. I did play Ukulele and the Impossible Lair, and it's a game I talk about quite a bit in connection to its level design. In fact, Ukulele and the Impossible Lair was one of the first games I ever streamed on this channel. I mean, I started this channel specifically for Mario Maker, but the first other game I ever streamed here was Impossible Lair, because I wanted to get some video footage of myself finishing the rather notorious ending of it. Because that's a game that ends with a 20-minute mega level, right? And it was eventually patched to have checkpoints, which it didn't originally, but we did it in its pre-checkpoint state. There is still a hard mode that is with the original tuning, with no checkpoints, no other assistance. We might go back to do that someday. The true ending of the Impossible Lair, because they make reference to that level a lot for a reason. Oh, I was off screen there. I couldn't quite see if we were on the platform. You're saying since then, David Wise has composed in a couple of games you haven't heard of, Lucid and 99 Falls. Yeah, I am not familiar with those either. Okay, felt like we were a little bit to the left there, but we made it, and we are totally going to miss the up pipe entry. And actually, if you let the thwomp hit, then you have access to the checkpoint, so we should have let it hit before entering. We just misread that completely. You are supposed to just have a nice, easy jump over the thwomp instead of completely whiffing it the way we did. Oops. Yeah, this one, I think it's by Skelthane, this level here, who is another maker that we've featured a bit in the past. I remember that for one of the Mario Maker anniversaries, one of the MMCs, Mario Maker Celebration, he made this fantastic Streets of Rage 4 level that was a music level that was based into big elevator sequence in Streets of Rage 4. And it was one of the real highlights of that set. I think it was actually the finale for, I want to say, 7MMC. But yeah, many of these makers that are involved in this project are familiar to us. Not all, but many. Some of them via viewer level, some of them via other projects in the past, and some, of course, are fellow streamers themselves. Okay, let's hop and let it give us a checkpoint. There we go. And then take the exit here. Yeah, Descriptive is Ukulele was announced a little while ago. They were technically one of the first teams. Platonic was technically one of the first teams when they were talking about platforms for Ukulele to hint that a Switch 2 was imminently going to be announced. I mean, everybody's been expecting Switch 2 for years, but they were first out of the gate to actually say that they were developing for a Switch successor specifically. I know that the team has recently had some issues with layoffs and some contraction in staff, but so, you know, hopefully it'll actually make it over the finish line with Ukulele. But since I haven't played the original, it's something that we're kind of waiting on as well, because when I saw that Ukulele was coming, that definitely affected my decision to just put off the original Ukulele for now. But like I said, I'm very, very fond of Impossible Lair. I think it's one of the better platformers in recent years. So it's kind of the honorary Donkey Kong Country 6 in some ways. Oops. Okay, let's actually bop Ludwig. We want to get some of the boos out of the way, but let's try to just pull them out. Maybe that was a bit unwise here. Yeah, let's try to make some space, but we may have caused some more problems than we intended. There we go. And there's a GG. Let's not get hit by anything that might pass through the wall, but come through here and grab everything. Yeah, and so there's a bit of a speed path, basically. Like, the speed path encourages you to skip that checkpoint where we had to snipe us the first time. And also encourages you to keep enough of a power-up to bust through the ceiling here, so there's definitely a lot of accommodation for somebody going for the record to play a lot more cleanly than I demonstrated here. Yeah, Descriptive is as a sort of remake and visual update as well of Yooka-Laylee. It would make sense that they are not releasing on Switch 1, so it's a remake that's not going to be held back. Okay, let's get over here. Auto-scroll levels with a controlled angry sun are always a bit of a treat. I've definitely seen some interesting things go on with them mechanically. Let's not go too high on that jump though, so we don't miss the angle towards the big dry bones. Felt like we were a bit late on everything the first time. Here we could have afforded to drop a little bit lower in order to have a clean jump over to the Boom Boom. There are definitely a few things here that are going to be a bit sensitive to how far ahead we are on the scroll when it comes to our position relative to the sun. So we should be mindful of that whenever possible. Yeah, again, going a little too high there and not getting a good angle on the dry bones. Yeah, whenever we see a bit of fluctuation in the timing of when the big Podoboo is being shot out of the blaster there, we know that there's something a little different about my position that will require me to really improvise around where the sun is located. Minor differences here can be a big deal. Okay, didn't make it there early enough for the 50, but that's okay. We'll push through here and go for the checkpoint. And this, yeah, this is at the start of World 3, I believe. This level is by Pressprex. There is a full set of credits in the course descriptions. I just read that ahead of time. Because, of course, while you're playing through the Super World, you can't see the course description, which seems like a big oversight. I mean, you know, in the pause screen, there's a text box and everything on the left that is, in fact, used in the story mode to describe courses. And instead, I find that when there is text entered in the course descriptions, I tend to immediately forget whatever was said anyway, because we don't have a way to remind ourselves. And I'm sure it's a hindrance to people who are playing on Endless as well, who don't have a way to see. And of course, description is giving some kind of necessary mechanical hint. But this is a long time interface problem with Maker 2 that's been very well known. We're way behind the auto-scroll this time. And Coops Trooper coming in with a party of 4. Let's give you a big shout out. And Coops Trooper, I hope you've been enjoying Galaxy 2 over there. The music levels have been a lot of fun. We're on World 3 now. Out of 8, it is a 39 level package. And so making steady progress. Had a couple of roadblocks here and there, but enjoying it quite a lot. Ooh, bit of a tight fit on the sun there, and unfortunately I do need to dip down here to jump across. Then we see Ludwig at the end of that segment. Whoops. Oh, we got 3 lives left. We're going to be kicked back out to the start of the level quite soon. We're not careful. Whoops. And we're not careful. And yeah, Coops Trooper, do let me know how you've been doing with Galaxy 2 over there. I haven't had a chance to revisit Galaxy 2 since its original release, and I should go back to play it. Given that my Wii, or rather my Wii U, pretending to be the Wii, does still get some use from time to time, and it would be nice to see Galaxy 2 with a fresh set of eyes again, since we apparently aren't getting a remaster like we did with Galaxy 1. Oh, no, forgot about the wall here before the bones once again. And yeah, you started out with some Maker earlier as well. Yeah, I do know that you typically stream some Maker at a higher level of precision than what I show over here. So hopefully that's been a good selection as well. Whoops. Falling way too far behind on the scroll here. And yeah, you said you played some of Team Music World before. I've just started it for the first time today, so it's been on the back burner for me for a couple of months now. It came out last September. Oh. And I'd been thinking for a while that we'd do it, but of course we were also planning around the release of the Switch 2 and had to work around that. But yeah, this was one thing that I was also holding back until we conclusively fixed our audio issues on the stream earlier this year, and we haven't had problems since, which is great. Everything's much higher quality now. But definitely I wasn't going to run a Music Super World until that was addressed. Oh, no, we keep forgetting that, but luckily we made it over this time. And it didn't matter too much, except, of course, for throwing off our timing just enough to get ourselves in trouble with the sun. Yeah, so as usual with using auto-scrollers, we want to stay as far ahead of the scroll as we can. Nope. Out of the crouch too early. And yeah, we're trying to shave some corners here and there, but that was maybe not the best choice. Again, we have to watch the drop over the dry bones when we get there. Shorter bounce here. Oh, too short. that time. As long as we don't hit that top corner that's above the dry bones, we're okay. And here we go. And, oh, I keep forgetting this. I keep thinking full jump over such a gap, and it throws me off quite a bit. I mean, it is possible to get on dry bones with a full jump, we just don't do it very well, and we shouldn't be doing that if we have a more consistent method available. Oh. Just a little late on the crouch that time. Yeah, given that we've had so many using auto-scrollers, there's been quite a lot of mechanical variety too. I keep forgetting this. It's such a trap too. It's exactly designed to be just a massive trap. Not paying attention. Okay, shorter bounce. There we go. Yeah, the sun kind of concerned me there. It seemed like it was obstructing me from going forward a little bit. We didn't have a good entry timing there either, so... I think in general I've been a bit behind on the scroll, but... which is why the shorter a jump from the boom booms to the dry bones better. Not only because it's necessary to just land it cleanly to begin with, but because if we shorten that up a little bit, we have a bit more time that we're buying on the auto-scroll, so the sun isn't blocking us at that location when we're heading back upstairs immediately afterwards. Good. And then that's a little better now because then we can get ahead. That's exactly how it's supposed to look. And then after expending quite a few lives, we are finally back to where we were progressing before. At checkpoint. Yeah, here's the segment where we hop out here. I feel like I'm getting off of that much too late. We need to get off of that donut block area as soon as possible and not stall on the way down. The solution to many mechanical problems with autoscrollers especially is often just play faster, so I feel like we could save ourselves one jump there too. Instead of landing in that bottom right corner, maybe we can go directly over. But I'm not quite sure yet. We'll have to read this properly. MKW Joseph, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oops. Okay, let's not burn our entire bank of lives here once again, because otherwise that's going to be a full reset. Back into the same traps as before. Whoops. You bought the Switch too, but you haven't opened it yet, yeah? Exercising self-control. Well, whenever it is you're ready. Actually, no, that jump doesn't work because the ceiling over that catches you, so that takes too long. We need to get down as fast as we can. Whoops. I feel like hanging out on Twitch in recent weeks while everybody's playing Mario Kart is its own kind of peer pressure as you jump in. Okay, that's a lot faster this time than before. Let's actually stay ahead of the scroll and catch up a bit in this location. Oh, too high a jump. So that's as far as we got previously. That was the limits. Yeah, and you're taking advantage of the weather while you have good conditions for actually being outside. Sensible. Okay, it took too long. Again, we need to jump down to the ice as fast as we can. Yeah, it seems like with the Switch 2 that supply for launch has been unusually good in terms of actually being able to meet demand, but it seemed like Nintendo had been stockpiling for a while, and because otherwise they would have been hit a lot harder by tariff disruption as well, where that was already a bit of a concern in terms of just, you know, whether they can get everything shipped to the right regions. Without having to bump the price anywhere, since it was already kind of at the limit that the market would bear. Coops Trooper, you're saying faster resets on Switch 2. You know, I actually hadn't really thought about that. I had noticed that some things like lag machine levels largely don't lag anymore. But yeah, I guess maybe there is a bit of a subtle difference in just getting you back into the level. Sorry, I'll catch up on chat when I'm able to. And did I get the new micro SD cards, the micro SD Express? Yeah, I ordered it weeks ahead of the Switch 2, in fact. I knew that there would likely be shortage issues with the capacity I was looking for. So when it was announced that the Switch 2 would be using the micro SD Express, and it is the first major mass consumer product to do so, because prior to that, it was mostly very high performance photographers who were using it at all, and so the Switch 2 really is the first device to truly push mass adoption. I knew there were going to be issues getting one, and the thing is, I knew I had to get one at the appropriate capacity to import my Switch 1 library with enough room to breathe for at least the first year or two. And too high a jump once again. Essentially, I knew I needed a 512 card, that I couldn't just do a 256 or with the onboard storage on the Switch 2 as is, and so... Okay, so I don't need to go for the optional 30 coin at all. We've been disrupted by it every time, and actually, if you go a little bit faster, then you can catch Boom Boom in that high position and have a more generous scroll. So yeah, I jumped on the SD card quickly and held it back for a time waiting for the system to come out. Ludwig. Oh, can we go over like this? Yeah, we can, but let's be careful here. I wonder if hitting Ludwig there gets you something like a key up top. I bet it did. Yeah, there totally is a reason to hit Ludwig, but can we reverse? No, we can't. So we will not see whatever the bonus room is in this one. Yeah, if you're going in fresh into Switch 2 and you don't already have a big data transfer from Switch 1, you're fine, because the built-in capacity is 256, and Mario Kart comes in at about 25 gigs, I think. And even that's unusually heavy for a first-party Nintendo game. Nintendo tends to keep their own file sizes under control. Although I would expect them to be bigger going into Switch 2. The issue mainly is that with a lot of third-party releases, they've become pretty bloated to about 50 or 60 gigs, and a lot of them, even if you buy on cartridge, you would actually still need to have a big install. Which is another reason I knew that the SD cards would likely be very hotly demanded. This level here is by Glenn Reacts, who I think we've seen in a puzzle context before for some reason. I think he participated in one of the puzzle events that we previously featured, but okay. Haven't heard much with a 3-4 meter today, so kind of a nice change to have a waltz. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we reacted to that a little bit slowly. Didn't quite know where that was going, but it looks like there's going to be some kind of state switch in this level as well. That will load us back in here with the door dropping over the checkpoint. Oh, no, we need to hit this. And thank you for the GG, Coops Trooper. Yeah, so we just chased the shell. I guess we could have gone for a 10, but nope. Unless the 10 is something you go for after the state switch, which may be the case. I have not read that carefully yet. So yeah, just trail the shell and then... Let's see what we can do here. No, this needs to go right. Doesn't it? Maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Whoops, nope, we need to jump up there to the on-off switch. We just read that a little bit late. Maybe you do need to trail the shell in order to have something to jump on at that point, but again, we didn't read that very closely here. Nope, whoops. Starting to get a little low in life count. We may have to restart from the beginning soon enough. We'll stay ahead a little bit this time. And no, you can't actually have an opportunity to push the shell, so it's nothing like that. We just need to jump up cleanly towards the ending segment here and enter the door quickly enough to get into segment 2 here. Oh, got caught off guard by that one-way panel over to Spike. But it does mean that we revert to the previous on-off state in this segment. It's okay, whoops, as long as we don't miss the easy jumps like we just did. Yeah, just a little quick hop over that. Gives us enough room to work with here. Before we get into auto-scroll trouble. You see much better that time in terms of the room we had available. Before being pushed by the screen boundary. And we were trying to cut that a little too short that time and initially entered a tad bit far to the left. We haven't really made a reasonable attempt at that 10 coin, but I feel like we sort out our positioning here with the timer as is. Oh, here's the 10 coin. Yep, that's how it's done. And then same kind of exit except to the right this time. Through the pipe, I'm sure. As long as we're not caught off guard by the spiny that was blocked off by the Tetris T block there. And there's a THX. 1138. Okay, making decent progress here. Let's move on to whatever's next. I don't particularly care about the one-ups on the map. We expect to just have to hit game over at some point anyway. Next one here is a level by Fiwul and SM Piano. Whoops. We'll need to reload this one immediately. And not completely whiff on the on-off switch. Yeah, you're supposed to hit that and then probably something is going to launch past the cheap for me to land on. Yeah, it looks like there are some stumps that are being moved to the right. That I don't know why. I think I can land there. I think we just stay under, actually. Yeah, because it's dipping into poison. It's not visually very clear in this style with these sprites, but that's why we shouldn't be touching it cheap. We need to jump back and wait for the stumps to fall. Yeah, it doesn't have the massive... Whoops. Left and then right. It doesn't have the massive purple poison effect that you see in some other game styles, and so we totally didn't think about how we shouldn't touch the green poison cheap. And thank you for the GG once again. Oh, whoops. Let's jump back cleanly. We're about to hit game over anyway, but let's get some bad attempts out of our system. Stumps come down, and then we don't want to get into that trap. Oh. Then that's going to sail over. We're a bit behind on some of the scroll timing, but we'll hopefully be able to make it. I expect that even when we get through this segment, we'll have to restart the checkpoint soon anyway. But, oh, no, this was supposed to fall to the right and open that gate, so we missed. Whoops. But that was a pretty significant chunk that we were able to sight read on the first try, so. But yeah, with one life remaining, we're almost certain to have to start from the beginning, regardless of our success here. It's gentle enough that we did get to retry a few things upon failing them, and the previous attempt there, for instance, we had lowered the blasters at a much later point, and they were practically off screen. Oh, whoops, no. Oh, okay, fine. I clicked that by mistake, not thinking that we would get thrown back. So let's do the NES baseball. I was never very good at this. But we always liked how the sound effects came from the original Nintendo baseball game. From 1985 or so. Whoops. All the familiar audio cues for the pitches. Actually accomplished this decently that time. Okay, but let's move forward. Yeah, I forgot that when you get into the continue, it does bump you back on the map. And again, back to the left. We know this, we just weren't paying attention. And again, the margin of error in terms of timing is actually pretty generous. Okay. Now these move aggressively forward, so let's hit the bomb correctly here, so it's actually going to land in this up here for the damage boost into the pipe. This is at much higher speed, so let's not spill all the way over. This gets thrown off a bit visually by the one-way panels. No, I knew the momentum there was a problem. So let's try to clean up the center a bit before we burn through the whole bank. And get a better jump coming out of there as well. Yeah, we want to have that left to right momentum in all of the cannonballs in order to make all of the ascents where we need to go. I guess we're supposed to wait on that one a bit. I wasn't quite sure about the cheap timing, but it looks like we have room to stay down and wait for a better opportunity there. A little bit slow there, perhaps. Pulling back a little too far to the left. Oh, actually, so you can make it over to Cheep Cheep quickly if you want, and that gives you a much better position going to the on-off switches. It's a bit risky, but it is doable. And yeah, I hadn't even thought about how fast the load times are in comparison. But yeah, if you don't go over to Cheep Cheep immediately, then you do start to have some timing issues with when you get back on the platform, so... Plan A should be to just go over it directly. Oh, whoops. Missed it. Because it's a much more comfortable position over the doubled cannonballs if you get up there sooner. Because then you can really adjust properly going into areas like this. And then we have a nice clean exit. I nearly missed that last on-off switch, but I managed it. Looks like this might be either an optional hard mode or just a little bonus screen. That isn't... Oh, just music track. Okay, we'll take it. And we get this one for free because we're not going for speed. I guess it has a checkpoint there in case you're low on a timer for some reason, even though as an auto-scroller you really shouldn't be. Unless there's a hammer instrument or something that can whack you from a distance. Or if you get pressed by the auto-scroll for some reason. In a freak accident. Oh yeah, because of the coupling projectiles and the cannons and everything else, there is potentially some risk here. From what is otherwise just the music showcase bonus segment. And then... Oh, infinite one-up track. Yeah, we'll just stand here. Oh, that's nice that it gives you the infinite one-ups for your trouble. Well, we might as well take it. I was never very good at setting this up in SMB1 originally. Oddly enough, there's a bit in NES Remix on the Wii U that really teaches you how to consistently do the infinite one-up trick. One of many things that were wonderful about NES Remix. It was very much a kind of trick showcase and trainer for a lot of the classic titles involved. Okay, that's another one down. Let's see if we get another game over after all that. Kupahari Desert from Super Mario Land, I believe. This is one that was put together by Nadrops and Barnstorm on the music again. Oh no, it's S&B 2. Maybe. We need to make that jump. I'm sure this track made it into Mario Kart World as well. Given how comprehensively it has been covering much of the series. Now the auto-scroll only pushes forward room by room, which is a kind of nice change. But you do have to get around to the on-off switch once you make those platforms. Okay. I may be wrong. I think maybe it is one of the Super Mario Lands, but I have to remember. Come on. It's such a familiar track, and I don't actually know the Game Boy era that well. Probably because, yeah, it has a bit of that oral similarity to S&B 2, but it's not it. Okay, so this is a bit of a puzzle room. We need to drop the other pokey and get around to the other Claude and get the helmet on the right, and then it'll be damage boost on the left. Let's get here. I like there's a bit of a room-to-room puzzle element to it, and then this is going to pop the auto-scroll again, no doubt, so... Yeah, this is quite nice. It's a set of optional 30s here, but kind of nice to have the relaxed pace of this after so much auto-scrolling. That's been a feature of every world so far, I think, is that there's a little break from constant scroll. And Catherine Beefheart, one of whose levels we've already seen. Team Music World is treating us quite well. We've had a few blunders here and there, but like that one. But we're managing here in the World 3. Yeah, it's certainly my pleasure to finally get to these. We need this to wake up again, don't we? Yeah. No, we don't, because that happens. I didn't think about this carefully. We need to get onto the platform first, and then get down, and then jump over the two buzzies. We did not plan that out properly. There we go, much better. And we have this little pokey head here that's been dropped into a single. And we dropped the shell and let it coast. Oh, whoops. There are blunders aplenty, you were saying, yeah. Some are simpler than others. We did get the infinite one-up trick in the level before this one, though, so... that's going to give us a bit of a buffer. Let's have a better angle here. But yeah, not expecting to do a full run today. We'll probably split it over 2 streams. But... we've been progressing at a healthy pace. No, let's get into a better position to escape here. And then, let's see here. And then this will give us a shell to get across. Yeah, we need to wrap around here. Luckily the scroll does stop for us. And we mine the ceiling here. Kind of a mix of like puzzles plus platforming, which is always nice. And this looks like it's just another bonus room, essentially, but we'll be a little bit careful. A little bit careful. You're saying a blooper in world making that you can run out of lives in the middle of a tough level. Yeah, well, I mean, that's going to happen to any super world. With checkpoints. Oops. We've hit a few game overs already, for sure. Okay. I remember a level that was all about this concept that I played once as well. Exactly this concept of just time dodging of pokies. I'm trying to remember whose it was, but yeah, there was another desert level I played a while back that was just entirely this. Okay, scroll is going to stop here, and then we'll get up here for the GG. And that's one more to go in World 3. Thank you for the GG. And yeah, actually, you know, the music we heard there was just the world map music from Super Mario 3 here. And, well, no wonder it sounded so familiar. It was right here on the world map right before we entered the level, and I was thinking, oh, which Mario game is this from again? Yeah, momentarily confusing ourselves when it's right here for us to listen to. The SMB3 map music. Yeah, why does that ring a bell? Anyway, speaking of Super Mario Land, this is where we get into Super Mario Land. We need to Super Ball that POW, actually. Thinking about the Super Ball in a time-sensitive situation is something we don't get asked to do often. But yeah, this level here is by Squink, I believe. We need to shoot at where the marker is, and so it can actually deflect in time. You can't believe how much work Barn and Squink put into this. Oh yeah, I know, considering how much tracking they did for other people's levels as well. Oops, no. Take a spill here. It is harder to copy a music level than to build one, yeah. Yeah, just given the specificity of it, right? And just how much care is put into so many of the individual placements. Just putting it together into the single profile is just a huge undertaking in itself, I guess. I don't know how long it took. But yeah, just a massive effort just for coordination alone. It's very clear. But it's nice to have it all playable in a single profile like this, as it would have to be for the Super World format. Whoops, a little late in that one. Okay. But whoops, spilling over the side. But yeah, there's been a good bit of variety that was seen mechanically with the actual playable segments of the music auto-scroll. It's easy for this format to become a little too familiar, but there's a great deal of variety. No, I keep thinking it's a jump when it's actually another Super Ball. Let's just, well, I mean, we could have walked off the red block there too, but There's the POW check at the end, again, as a Super Ball gate. No. I think sometimes pressing against a wind can throw me off a bit. You're glad to precision and puzzle. Yeah, we haven't seen too much of that yet. But I can definitely see there was a deliberate effort to break the pace, like with the scroll level, the screen by screen level that we saw just now with the pokies. Before that, a couple of the more gentle global looping exploration levels as well. But yeah, it's, you know, the kind of project where you don't want the player to just make their thumb sore from holding right the whole time, which is something that happens. Okay, let's not miss the Super Ball near the end of the segment again. We got it, despite almost jumping in the wrong place. And yeah, we want to push against the wind here, otherwise that would have been a disaster in its own right. This time it's Fireflower's turn. No, that's a high bounce. High bounces all the way over to the Koopa. Two shots here. Nope, I was trying to get a high bounce on a note block and we just were a bit late on the tap. Yeah, we obviously don't want to hit that too soon with fire. Whoops, nope, and we lost a fire. We need to retain it in that segment. Oh, it was almost a little bit late on the flower there, but we made it. Nope. The top was supposed to hit all the way. We were off by one shot before we jumped. I did see the double tap marker. We just didn't manage to get it accurately. Whoops. Yeah, this would have been a fun one to read. Sometimes those track markers can get a little bit busy, but it's intuitively clear what to do. It's just a matter of getting the right placements and not flubbing the jumps like that. Nope, I'm gonna keep getting that a bit late as we roll off to that conveyor. Nope. Spilled a little too far forward that time, so. Squink is always honest about indication, just hard to achieve sometimes. Yeah. I'm kind of bad at reading indicators in the first place. But these are always pretty clear. I don't think there are any issues with ambiguity. It's more just, you know, being able to visualize everything on a very busy screen quickly enough when you're under time pressure in an auto-scroll. Oops, nope. I knew I was going to have some trouble there. One of the reasons we missed the last ice shot the last time it was in that spot was because I knew I was under pressure to run ahead of the Thwomp. So you have to shoot, but you don't want to shoot too much because you want to have the dash button down when you're not firing, just to stay on pace. So it's a very neat little obstacle there, actually. And then so you get out of there before you get trapped by the auto scroll, and then whoop. Hang on. Get me out, get me out. There we go. Damage check here? Nope, there isn't. Thankfully. And look at that. We could have just decided to hang back and play it with a Super Ball, but nope. That would have required a bit more cleverness than we brought to the table here. Morton on a seesaw is kind of neat in its own right. Cursed key, let's get out of it. Unless there was some pipe entries on the side or something, but I don't think we were going to mess around with that too much. And there we go, top of the flag. Yeah, very fun level. And that is it for World 3. And thank you for the GG. Let's take a look at the next one here. This one is by Sasha. Factory inspection. Okay, so this is one where we can take it at our own pace. One of the only NSMBU levels we've seen today, I think. Whoops. Let's be careful here. And then things are going to kick in very soon. Whoops. This looks like it's supposed to be a spin. Just to kick it over. And then you jump, probably. Maybe there's a throw with it later. I would kind of expect it to be the case. But we'll try to fix things up with... Whoops. Just jumping a little bit too early there before we are under the slope. And then, yeah, you twirl here to get over, and then it's a throw through the boo, and then we have a helmet that we can get onto the next jump over. Oh, that's nice, actually. That's really neat that it's using the shell as protection for the damage boost off the bomb. So at least we've seen that sequence to see how it plays out. This is a triple jump. That's what a triple jump marker is. We just need to see it. Very smooth. You just kind of need to trust that it's going to be full jumps here, of course. And we need to not flub that kind of thing. And you think she was Death to Spies inspired by this one? Yeah, very possibly. Whoops, let's drop a little bit here. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see these ideas percolate over several years and whoops. Have that influence crossover between makers. Okay, let's hang back on the icicles a little bit this time patiently and after we fire. Oh. Yeah, we can take it slowly, but we Need to be much better at doing so. Since it's not going to force the scroll while the instruments are loading in. Maybe. I think we're kind of supposed to go fast, but if so, we need to be much better about the twirl after the fall off. Let's just try to get this done cleanly. And... no. It is supposed to be a twirl off of that, but yeah, we can't really wait for the icicle to come down, I think. It's possible to play it that way, but probably not advised. But we're doing it too early because that's why we're getting into that spin jump instead. And so we'll clean that up as best as we can. There we go, much cleaner. Amazing what trusting markers can do. We missed that, obviously, and so we lost a flower here. And thank you so much for the follow. Okay, throw over here, and then, yeah, we need to be careful here because you do have the spin jump initially firing the fire flower, and so we need to be in a position that isn't going to kill my jump location when we do that. Oh, no, need to do the pickup there. But yeah, so if we spin at the right position there, then we should not fire at the piranha, because firing at the piranha is going to be a problem, so. Oh, yeah, so you are supposed to hit the bomb there because then it blows up the question block. What would it do for me there? Maybe it's a key. You do carry it that far. But there is a question block that's located there that looks like it's where a bomb drop is supposed to be. Oh yeah, no, because you're supposed to get the key off that. Yeah, I see. There we are. Oh, don't see a squirrel that often in levels like this one. I guess we were warned by the squirrel being the first power-up drop in the first place. There are a few natural locations to look at here. Yeah, so we would need to jump there, obviously, but we don't need to boost anywhere there with the squirrel yet. Just a standard jump and float will do the trick. No, we do need to squirrel over here. Glide and then boost, so we missed something. Yeah, it definitely gives the level a very strong sense of identity. I can't remember the last time I would have seen a... Oh. I think we can actually just make that jump on a squirrel, perhaps. Unless you're supposed to... Well, I don't know. Yeah, I think we might have to boost over it and glide properly, but I'm not sure. We'll see about that soon. I can't remember the last time I saw a squirrel music auto-scroller, at least. You know, normally you have these very tight ceilings to work with just because the music track is taking up so much space, and so really the only way to do it would be to have these narrow glides. No, we can just take this with us. I wonder why. Yeah, because I'm thinking... Yeah, we should be spinning with it. Oops, nope. That was a bit of a mistake. And then you just float up to the up pipe for the exit. You can twirl with items in new soup. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I was also thrown off by that at the first segment here too, because I was also trying to remember that there's that difference between Maker 1 and Maker 2 as well when it comes to the spin mechanics, right? With the spin pickup. It's that you can't spin into an item pickup. That's what it was. I was trying to remember what it was because Maker 1 was different in that respect. Yeah, Sergeant Big Heart, welcome. And thank you so much for giving us a big raid over here. And we'll take the death here first, of course. Yeah, Sergeant Big Heart, I know I've played a few of yours before as well. And certainly been enjoying what we've been seeing here in Team Music World. Well, out of spin. Let's remember to spin. Yeah, it's the spin into the pickup that was the Maker 1 exclusive thing. I was trying to remember why I was momentarily kind of confused with that here. But it was the same thing that threw me off in the first section as well, as we saw. And Mossy Queen, welcome. And then we need to actually, you know, float going into that jump. You thoroughly enjoyed this world? Yeah, I've been having a great time with it as well. Just tons of variety from level to level. And of course, just such a pleasure to listen to. Not that we've been playing it particularly well, but that's okay. Just means we get to rock out to everything some more. There we go, that's the exit. And someone up sort of trouble. 2.5. 3.5.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Yeah, up pipes usually give me quite a bit of trouble. I guess I had plenty of time to think about that one before we got there, which sometimes helps, but often doesn't. So the next one here, this was put together by Glenreax and Squink. What Ash 2? My time in Cerulean City, that sounds like a Pokemon thing. No, we need to hit the shell, obviously. And yeah, Sergeant Big Heart, I hope you had a fun time over on our channel as well. We're behind pace a little? No, we're fine. Oh, it's just going up. I thought it was jumping up to drop something, but we just misread it and we're too far behind on the auto-scroll now with that extra jump. One moment, let me fix something up here. I've got my alerts turned down way too low, which is why I've hardly been able to hear them. There we go. I think this is a real jaunty tune. Yeah, it is. Really quite peppy. Oh, whoops. Missing some of the simple jumps, of course. But we'll try to keep pace. And then this will give me the on-off switch I was looking for, and we'll just trail this over. Nope. There is a vine for the up pipe here, but my timing for that was a little bit off. I was overshooting. I knew I was overshooting going into that jump, but we did it anyway. Yeah, it's always really satisfying to get a good viewer queue as well, so I'm glad you had that experience today. We get pretty consistent quality here when I run fewer levels, which we'll probably be doing tomorrow as per our usual schedule. Yeah, pipe boogers. The best kind of boogers to grab with your hands and tug. Okay, let's get in here and just try to shave some of these jumps too. Get ahead of the scroll a little bit and then push. There we go, didn't even need to grab it. Oh, big mushroom. Which probably means we'll topple off something here. Oh, no, we did that a bit late. I wasn't expecting to hit the blocks up above there, and so I was reading that far too late. I'm sure we'll need to make use of the big mushroom short bounce at some point, which always sometimes unexpectedly throws me off. Oops, I was trying to jump off that, obviously. I need to treat it exactly the same as a P-Swish jump. Whenever you see that crush. Yeah, we've been reacting to those jumps a little bit late here. Let's try to catch up a bit. I feel like we've been a little too severely delayed at this point, but that's okay. Same kind of obstacle at the end here. And same kind of failure. Yeah, my channel points are a Scrabble tile with a Q. That's because we stream Scrabble from time to time. I don't do it as much as I used to, but I actually am planning to run another tournament stream in about a week's time. People who do also play Scrabble keep encouraging me to go back into streaming it more, and I really should. We've been so preoccupied with Switch 1 and 2, I guess. Well, Switch 2 lately. This is on Switch 2. But it's... Yeah, that was a pretty big oof, James D. That's quite right. Yeah, let's just tap into these jumps quickly here. And again, just try to get some time on the scroll. It's okay to have that second jump there. We'll still make it here on time. And yeah, sometimes it's the initial drag on the ice that is causing me trouble as well. That's one of the issues. Okay, through to the next one. This is another one by Propellers. And Barnstorm tracking. Dusty Dune Dilemma. Oh, this looks like a puzzle. That's great. And it looks like we'll have to get to the exit with a spring and a spiny hat. This is how I'm understanding it. We've seen a lot of signals like that before. Also, let's check what this is. Hint? No, we don't do that. We don't do hints around here. Let's get in. Yeah, puzzle plus global looping music is always a fun combination. We've seen a couple of these before. Okay, so we love doing puzzles on a stream. I haven't done one in far too long. Apart from one of the puzzle worlds I was showing off weeks ago. But, so this is telling me that a question block is containing a POW. The exit is going to be almost certainly through this door here, which means we need to bust through these blocks on the left with the spiny hat that we're going to get from this place. It also means that I will need to almost certainly stand on something and eventually have a toggle on the on-off switch to get up there. So let's think about what valid moves we have on the first step. Eventually we'll add Fire Flower to get past this gate. And again, the thing that we want is... well, let's see. This is going to push on this side. This is just how you return to this area. Why would we want to do that? Because it looks like you should be able to do a grab on the switch on the way up. Let me... yeah, there we go. So let's be careful about how we use the P. The P would drop the flower. The P would also open the coin blocks over here, but only temporarily. So we don't want to do that until we have a very clear idea of what we're doing. And the other thing is that the P would stop this bit here and allow me to run off the side of the bumper without being bumped. It implies to me that we actually want to have a POW drop there, because then we can create a platform for me to get across. I don't think at any point we're going to use the POW as a POW. Unless we need it as some kind of exit platform. Again, we have these vertical spring here as well that we will eventually need at the exit. Spiny Hat is also going to get me the key, and that's with something to stand on. And yeah, Sergeant Bigheart, you love puzzle levels and you played a few tonight. Catherine Beefheart, you're worried you're too dumb for them. No, it's not a matter of being dumb. It's just a matter of keeping your thoughts organized often. And then, because there's a limited number of things you can do in each step, mostly when it comes to one screens. As some can be a lot more open and complex, especially if you need to build a particular setup. But so when we eventually have something opening up this ice block over here, so we can come up here with a flower, and then you can have an object drop. I think you would be able to zap the plant as well, and then you would have an object drop that is going to push this spiny shell up through here, and then that's how you get the spiny shell. So we know the flower is going to precede all that. And something to stand on here will also precede that. Now, the thing about the P-switch as well is that if you get a flower quickly, you don't need to run down here. The one-way panels here imply that you can probably just fire with the flower and tap while the P-switch is open, and then this opens up. However, this is still a problem here with these blocks unless we have a good chance to run through them. I'm just thinking right now, thank you for the follow, that if we use the POW as the step here, then we don't have something to stand on later in this location unless we have a clear idea of how to pop our way up to the spring. You really wish there was a sideways semi-solid. Isn't that just a one-way panel? Oh, I mean in place of one-ways. Yeah, because one-ways, ever since their inception in Maker 1, yes, they've always struck me as being very un-Mario-like visually. And I kind of wish they had a bit more of an elegant look that didn't throw me off so much. So yeah, one-ways, even when Mario Maker 1 was revealed pre-release, I always thought they did not really fit artistically. But yeah, they blend well with the gray on some of the semi-solids. Musty Queen, you're saying you're terrible at puzzles. After a little while, you familiarize yourself with a lot of the themes, as it were. I think we should pop the POW now. And I think that after the P-switch and after grabbing the flower, that we should grab the POW and stand here, drop it to the right, and run over it. Because I'm thinking that if we only stand here with the flower and just fire, it would melt the ice. But then we don't have a good solution for actually running over here and popping this block. So Again, the main thing I'm concerned about is that we don't have a solution for actually getting up here at the moment. But I think there's only really one first step here that we're going to do, so let's do that. Oh, maybe not then. Do we have a reset? No, that's going to be a problem then. So if the P was open, then how can you get over? You know what? We're allowed to take damage. I thought that this second bit here was also going to be... Yeah, I misread this because I thought it was going to be a P here plus bumper. Like, over the middle tile of the bumper, I thought it was not a P block, and I misread that. Okay, you know what? Let's do a reset. Since there isn't really a reset in there. Yeah, I can't have reset for the music, exactly, because you need the global loop. Unless you just reset at the beginning of the loop. Anyway, we definitely want to grab the P-switch. Also the fact that this P block here would overlap the side spring. No, I don't think that matters. Unless there's something that we're supposed to drop into it. Such that it would push, but... Yes, actually, no, I see it, I see it. Maybe. No, that wouldn't work. I was thinking power drop. And then you would have somewhere to go before this comes in and pushes you, but no, that doesn't work because the bumper is still obstructing. So we need to think about this. Now, having the POW available... Again, POW's usable for dropping the coins permanently, but dropping the coins permanently still doesn't let me physically run over here. If you use the POW, the one thing that it would nuke right now is the spiny shell over here, which is just a visual marker anyway. And the other thing you would lose is the ability to stand on the POW to get anywhere up high. And that implies to me that the POW could potentially be used as a coin drop on these blocks. Then you're not under time pressure with the P-switch to make your way across when you have a way to make it across, which currently looks like you would have to do it by losing the fire flower. What we can do then is we can hit, and then you can melt one of them. Okay. Can I melt both of them? Yes, I can. But then do I have a way to send myself across? Let's see if this can bump me. Maybe. Like, could we jump through here? No. We don't have a good solution to this without an up throw, though, do we? No, actually, you can get on a vine. You climb to the top of the vine and you can reach that afterwards. But we need some way to get down low now. Because if we can get down there past the bumper, then we are able to. Well, let's see if we can get some kind of push. I was hoping to get pushed by the bumper. By the sideways trampoline, rather. Because we don't really have another interaction to work with currently. The issue with that... Yeah, I guess if we were standing on this block, I wonder if we would have gotten a bump. Where we fire and then we get bumped to the right. But using the POW in conjunction with a coin drop seems right. But actually getting under here is the issue. You know what? What if we're small? Probably not, because we would die on the spike, but the fact that we can voluntarily take damage there seems like it might be relevant. But this is also just a quick reset if we need. And yeah, LeBron Glazer 420, you've never seen anything like this before. I've seen a few like this, but this has been a nice change in the Super World. This is the first one screen that we've seen in the music world so far. And one screen puzzle plus global looping music is something we rarely see. Before the current global music deck was really established, this is actually something that Ren, if you remember that far, Ren or Acousticake, who made the Mortal Koopas level many years ago, and this was something that he kind of established in Maker 1 as well, and also built once in Maker 2, with some of the older music tech, before the global looping meta has established. So I'm trying to figure out whether we can have a better way to actually get Mario over to the side, because right now we've kind of figured out that the POW can do the coin drop. We figured out that the flower shoots accurately from this position. But what we don't have is a good way to use this push property of the bumper over here. Because it seems like what you would need to do is maybe have something on the ceiling here, like a POW on the ceiling here to prevent you from bumping up. And then maybe you can get a jump to the right. So for example, if we... Oops, no, not here. That was a mistake. I was trying to say, if you have the POW in this location here, that's interesting in its own right, because you can ride it. And I think if you do it that way, then you would be able to stand on it and get a push. But then you'd have that without the flower. However, after the first P-switch and after you consume these coins, that doesn't matter because you can come back for the flower with the on-switch having been already toggled. That implies to me that we should actually stand on the POW in this position and get the bump. And I think it goes around this corner just fine, and then we hold the P-switch into it. So let's start over again. LeBron Glazer, you just got into Maker 2. No, you're not too late. This is a vibrant community and you have years of content to play, and there are lots of people still willing to stream your levels. You're absolutely not too late. And, you know, it's not the kind of peak activity we saw back in 2020, but that's absolutely okay. It just means you have shorter queues to wait for when you do want your level to get played on stream. And yeah, don't wait for Maker 3. Learn as much as you can about Maker now while the opportunity exists for you. And then you'll feel seasoned going into Maker 3 and ready to ship great content on day one. There we go. Exactly what I was hoping for. So, first of all, let's pop this so we actually have a climb that allows me to pick up the spring. The second thing is that we want to, before we touch the P-switch, oh, this will be interesting. Okay, so here's the thing. The POW can't obstruct this area here. But the POW is going to be expended anyway, very soon. We don't need an up throw to get up to the spring there, and a spring can get me over to the top right. So this is fine. This is fine. We hit the P-switch, but then we have to be quick. we have to drop the coins using the POW. Then we have to get up to the flower right away and then fire from the bottom left the way we did before. And then everything else in the sequence is fine. Except with the on-off switch in the off position, we can't do an object drop on the seesaw on the right. So that's the problem that we have right now, is that we need to grab the spring. Oh, that's okay. We can just ride this a second time. That's no problem at all. Yeah, no, we just ride it a second time. No issues. No issues whatsoever. Okay, let's do the drop here once again and ride it back. We're absolutely fine. Yeah, Maker 3 I would expect is at least a few years off. It'll come. It'll absolutely come, but it may be some time, and it might be quite different for all we know. And there might be a lot of content that does not port over smoothly, essentially. You know, definitely even after Maker 2 came out, there's a lot about Maker 1 that was not replicable and which remained interesting all the way to the service shutdown of Maker 1. Okay, so at this point we go with the original plan. Now that we have done everything there, we need to toggle this back because we don't need the on switch to be in the off state anymore. Then we have it drop down the right side. At this point we hit the P switch, then we expend the POW immediately. Then we grab the flower and then shoot from the left. Oh, shoot from the left. And then, there's a problem with this. We no longer have a way to ride back to the right. No, logical issue. Logical issue. We don't expend the POW there. We pop it over here and we bounce back. No, we can't bounce back because there's a P switch here. Huh. We have a bit of a problem. Okay. No. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. Let's think about this for a moment. We needed to hit this first somehow, but we needed to melt the ice before we did that. So flower, we need to find a way to loop back downstairs with a fire flower. Or loop back downstairs even if we take damage. Which means that the POW can't be expended yet. But if the POW isn't expended yet, how do we get rid of the mid-gate here? Because after we hit the P-switch, we have to stand here, we have to fire to the right side and blow up the ice. But then if we haven't used a POW block at that point, this wall comes back up. No, it doesn't. We don't need to use the POW as a coin drop. What we need to do is we need to use the P-switch, grab the coins, and then come up and do the rest. Yeah, no, we were still locked into the idea of using the POW as a coin drop, and that's not it. The POW has to be the ride that takes us back. Okay, so let's redo it. Okay, so... And yeah, LeBron Glazer, you're saying, streamer guy, you're so smart. No, not really. We've seen a lot of puzzles, and a lot of the ideas, once you know what the different pieces do come back repeatedly. I mean, I do love playing puzzles because when you do get it right, the feeling of being clever is really quite pleasant. But yeah, definitely there were a few things we needed to test and see in action first, particularly that the POW ride would get you exactly under this corner in a way that is completely defended from any jumps. So we have to hit this first and we have to loop around first because otherwise we don't get a chance to do the seesaw drop on the right side. So we completely forgot to hit Divine, so let's just do this again. Luckily, before you expend a POW, you can actually run around this loop as much as you want, so... Also, we will need to toggle the switch back to off at some point in order to get through the door at the end. We can't forget that, because I totally did forget that. So after whatever interaction it is with the drop on the right side, the POW has to remain alive. POW has to remain alive pretty much the whole time, in fact, to cycle back here as many times as possible. So we do not spend the POW, essentially, because we need the POW for every state switch. Let's drop this over here. And then we toggle on-off back to on, and then we do the sequence with the P-switch. Let's drop this properly first. On off. Yeah, it's always fun to see these kinds of things in one-screen puzzles because there's not much space for the maker to work with, and yet they have to quality check some things like the bottom left corner exactly, so they work only the way they intend and not some other ways. We need to remember to get the POW back out on the way out, so it's not blocking the fire flower shot, and so we still have it available for the next cast. So we do this, and we do this. Oh, now we need to hit this before the switch expires. Okay, good enough. I mean, we could also just ride the POW back patiently, so it's not an issue. We need to figure out which object we're dropping here. Can we actually hit this? Yes, we can. We don't want to go there, but we can drop the spring there because we don't need it for anything else. We do need the POW for further rides, but this can go down. But this can go down after we have come back to activate the shell. We don't want to do that yet. So we need the state to remain on for this loop here, so we activate the shell. And then we take the POW back up for another loop before we toggle off. Nice little use of the one-way panel too to force you into the crouch as you're getting through here with the flower. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop the POW, then we drop this thing in the top part here. Then we finally have the chance to grab this and grab the key, I hope. There we go. Then we need to toggle the on-off switch yet again so we can get up here. Now, first of all, before we do that, we need to POW in this location so we can bust both of these blocks. Also, I hadn't thought about how I'm actually going to get up there because we no longer have... No, we can still use the POW. We are not ever going to spend the POW, so we just use the POW with a soft drop for the next switch toggle, and then we're through. You're saying even after cheating you threw that POW so many times? Yeah. The thing about doing puzzles is that you learn how to be really precious about every object you get, because you just never know when they're required for the next step. I totally messed this up, but no, we got it. Okay, let's get a nice drop on this tile here, and then we should be able to go around it. No, we need... I forgot, we need the side spring, actually. I forgot, we actually do need this thing. We can't drop it. Right? It said at the beginning we need it. And I forgot that. So we're going to get in trouble on the other side because we don't have the side spring available. Can we just grab this one? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. That's nice, actually, this little moment here. Because, you know, you're thinking the whole time about this just being an indicator of what's in the block. And then you realize, well, it's not just an indicator, it's also part of the solution. And it's always a fun moment when you see something recontextualized like that. And I'm glad I remembered the condition at the beginning that we do in fact need this thing here to bust us through. And then here we are. Okay, let's not overdo the block tapping here. And there's a GG. Very nice. I don't know how much the hint screen gives away, but we did it. Yeah, we used to run a lot more puzzle-only streams here. I did one recently because we were running that P-Balloon Puzzle World by Marco Polo. And catching up on a big cryptic escape room as well. No, this is a standard jump. So yeah, this is another one by Squink. And it'll be our first sign of the cape today, I think. Whoops, spin jump here. The hint just tells you that you can ride the POW. Yeah, that's a pretty big hint, though. But it's also, I think, a good choice for a hint because it's something that might not be obvious to people who don't play puzzles. And it is a spin jump off of the note block, just perhaps a spin jump with better aim. And yeah, thank you so much for the GGs. Oh, whoops. Too soon. No. Walked right into that icicle. We do need to let it off. Or, oh, no, actually, no. We are supposed to take damage there. Let's pay attention. Little cloud right over here. And then get out of here before... no, we need to keep the cloud. I don't know why I thought I should jump off of that. I wasn't reading the pipe exit very accurately there. No, too many high jumps there. We need to do short bounces to beat the scroll. No, I was trying to get the spin there, we just missed. You need to hit a pretty exact timing to swap jumps on the note block. No, missed it. And look at those Tetris blocks above that. Again, the T block and the S block in the question marks. No, I keep missing it. I think I'm a little late on the timing, what I can tell. I always have trouble with some of those jump conversions on note blocks. No, I might actually be a bit early on it. You need to be fairly exact. Convert to jump properly. Oh, nope. Higher jump. Yeah, pretty much right as you make contact. I might have been going a bit early. There we go. And we stay on the cloud this time. Just enough room for the damage boost, and then here we are at checkpoint. Oh, no. Fell behind a scroll with an extra jump there. Hopefully we can catch up, I'm not really sure. Yeah, we need to make sure we get full height when we need it. Nope, again, too many bounces. We're not going to have that much leeway on the second time out here. And that's going to be too late regardless, and that should not have been a spin. We needed to dunk it. Down low. So yeah, we just need to remember to hold. Jump into the bumpers. And then the bomb kick kind of writes itself there, which is nice. I don't need to fuss around the positioning too much. Oop. Whoop, that was a bad drop. how we failed to land that one, but that's okay. Yeah, we shouldn't hold right so aggressively onto the shell. We do need to drop on it properly. We had it right the first time on that first shell at least. So whatever it was we did, we need to replicate. No, that's a standard jump, not a spin. A lot of things we need to keep straight mentally here. Oh, whoops. I don't know why I keep thinking that's a spin. Probably because we're still in spin mode from all the thwomps. And I'm just kind of doing it as the standard jump at that point in a way that is getting us into quite a bit of trouble. Yeah, because you have this whole series of spins right before it, right? And so I'm still in spin mode. But no, it's just standard, and then you have that nice little bounce over there. I don't know why we're missing that one, though, given that it's the exact same setup. There's always a little bit of variability to how we're holding the jump that makes all the difference with setups like that. So we just need to be a bit more careful and precise about how we're doing it. Yeah, we can't just hold into that. We do need to get a good drop into it, a nice straight drop for the reclaim. Okay, there we go. Didn't hold into that very well, unfortunately. So yeah, we need to straighten out on the drop. That's one thing that needs to be done. I think we still do full jumps there. We just need to straighten out on the column. No, that's not it. So control-wise, there's something that I need to fix there, for sure. I think I'm holding some part of that a little bit too long because we're clearly letting the shell drop a little too low before we get that forward kick that is required to get us over, so I need to let up on it somehow without falling into it. That's mostly better, except we lost it at the end. And you do need a spiny head to get through the last part after that. Yeah, we're still not getting sufficient momentum there. I'm definitely lightening up on the first jump. It should be a short bounce. But maybe it should be a short bounce that still gives me some room to hold right. And that may be the correction that we need to make. Yeah, there we go. Much better. And wrong way, but if we do get it the right way, then we do the same thing with the spiny shell. Just a short jump at holding right. Nope. And then after that, we activate the thwomp that's going to hit the on switch to the right. Yeah, everything just kind of writes itself there. We just need to get over to the spiny shell drop that was killing us earlier. Okay, there we go. A spin into this, though. Missed a spin conversion again. And it's all spins all the way to the pokies to the right until we get up past the question block gate. What we see over there. Nope, wrong jump again. I knew that too going into it. I was already mentally thinking that was going to be the risk. Nope. Let's take the death here. That's going to be too slow after flipping the first bounce. Yeah, just need to let him in that jump quite a bit, and then everything from there feels pretty smooth. And then you just hold right and spin over here, and that's fine. What do we do here? That's okay, we just bust through it. That's fine. We don't bust through it too soon because you lose the vine if you do, but... Okay. Alright, sure, we'll take it. But then, you have another one. And... no, you don't. It's a goal. I wonder what that other key door was about then. Okay, that's it for that one, and then we're going to close out World 4 by entering this level. Thank you so much for the GG, and Polyester Girl. Another one put together by Triscade. But let's, you know, maybe not jump right into the boo. That would be a pretty bad way to start. And let's not get hit by the very obvious Mecha Shell coming here. I was about to say something about this very funky introduction here, and totally distract myself from the more pressing problem of trying to get away from this guy. I guess if you go left at all, you have issues with the boo obstructing the door. So this is more precision-oriented, I suppose. So everybody gets a chance to do the kinds of levels that they're bad at. I guess some people don't do puzzles well. I don't do precision well at all. So. Oh, and the scroll gets going here. It's interesting because you kind of get to play amidst the tracks here. Oh, there we go. Pretty light by precision standards, so that's what the boo is doing for us there. Can we pop that? Yeah. Yeah, not so much precision exactly, just keeping on your toes. Love to transition segment by segment. This is a really neat layout. Yeah, Triscade's really being on fire as a maker lately, just trying to put a ton of variety into his levels. He is very much a music maker, though. He even streams with his keyboard open. His piano keyboard open. MIDI entry. But yeah, I love the different gradual zone transitions all over this with scroll breaks and state switches. Oh, whoops. Okay. Let's get over here. And just gives you some buttons to press here under the question blocks while you wait for things to line up. And yeah, you're saying that his music always sounds so very good. Yeah, he puts a lot of care into the loops, the instrumentation. I mean, again, it helps to have one's MIDI keyboard open for things like this, and it's kind of fascinating to see him work. Yeah, he's experimented with a lot of formats lately in terms of camera control, and there was a very interesting one that he put together for N0N-MMC as well. Ninth Mario Maker Celebration launched a little bit after Team Music World did, late last year. So this came out in September, N0N-MMC came out in December, I think. But there was a big section of N0N-MMC that was actually also put together by makers from Team Music. They contributed a sort of world within a world, as it were, and a whole set that was about a third of the anniversary package. And I remember Triskate's contribution to that being really impressive as well. And also one that was just kind of having this controlled scrolling all over the place with the camera. We'll have to do a closer Maker feature of him at some point. He's come by every now and then at viewer levels. He tends to stream a little after me, and so sometimes we get to drop a raid his way, but... But yeah, his profile is one that is very much worth looking at as a maker who just kind of continues to stretch out and improve. And, whoops. Okay, that's the second coin that was seen. Lovely jump over there, and we of course will completely miss the slope with a similar thing going on over here with the Koopa coming out of the shell and giving us a nice big bounce. The interesting thing about this level too is that, you know, while the loop is being set up here, that it's still part of the play space. Yeah, it's very visually busy with all the tracks going on. But that's one of the reasons that this level feels a lot more spacious than your typical music level. Not just with all the custom camera control going on with the scroll breaks, but because you're using a lot of vertical space that you normally don't see because it's reserved for the tracking. And then I don't think I needed that shell for anything. Okay, good. Why did I think I was going to land on something there on the way to the coin? I thought there was something on the claw, but I completely misread that. It seems, yeah, I kind of assumed there was something on the claw that I could jump off of, but maybe I was supposed to drop an object there that I just didn't see. Looks like the coins might be optional, but we'll see. The pink coins, rather. Because we did see... Oh, maybe we're supposed to grab the shell. I don't know, that seems a little bit tight though, that if you grab the shell you don't have much room to get off into safety. But the fact that the shell is available there is suspicious. Especially when we have an empty claw up ahead. And no other candidate objects that I could see. So maybe we do need to hang left and grab the shell. That's something that looks a bit risky though. Okay, here we go. Because it is suspicious that you just have the shell hanging there. I don't need it? Okay. Yeah, it seems like it would be a very difficult pickup, so... With it over the spike, and then you'd have to face the other way to get out. So I just misread something with the claw. We'll get back to it and see what we can do there. And yeah, James, you know, as much variety as there has been to the left to right auto-scrolling, it's been very refreshing that a world that is an entire music world isn't just that you see a showcase of a lot of different looping formats. Whoops. Once again, we need to really get off the edge there. You think there's a POW in the claw? Yeah, I wasn't reading it carefully. I kind of assumed there was an object there, but we probably just slipped off the edge of it without realizing. Okay, up it. And let's get out of here. Nice thing about all the scroll stopping here as well is that I don't have to worry too much about being outpaced by the screen boundary. It's still a concern sometimes in some of these segments, but not often. It just kind of has this very lovely pace going screen to screen. Okay, yeah. Maybe a spin off to one set. Well, I did not really think that through. I just saw that wandering towards me and went in there without a plan, so. Okay, drop this. Yeah, I really love the segmentation of this level. It's kind of nice to see this much camera movement as well in a music level. Oh, whoops, nope, I missed a bounce there. I can make that jump over. Yeah, I think I just kind of backed up from that instead of calculating that properly. And seeing that a running start would be enough. You'd think that after this much Mario Maker I'd know how to count tiles by now, but... that's a kind of mistake that happens. Oops. Accidentally climbed a little too high there. Right into the spike. And yeah, Sergeant Big Heart, the pitch shifter has really been on a big JRPG music level kick recently. For years he was mostly sending us his randomizer levels. You know, with the clown car randomizer for the items and the boss gates and all that, but he just kind of fell in love with making JRPG auto-scroll music levels all of a sudden, and I know a lot of those have been popping up in people's streams recently, including mine. Well, let's get a better angle there. Okay, let's take this out. And drop them through here. Whoops. And cycle around as done before. And totally get distracted by the 50 coin and miss a spike. And that boo gate at the beginning really is a nice touch. I have come to appreciate it. Okay, let's get around here. Okay, finally. Interesting. Oh yeah, I was wondering about the bottom right there, and then I guess if you're patient, then you would be too patient and you would get the one up and, you know, fall to your doom and be given the life back at least. But it's a little distraction trick, I guess, if you're not paying attention to the timer on the on-off switch on the top right. Oh, I see. Yeah, so that's a visual indicator of the firewalker mechanic. It's some kind of offset, sometimes a cannon offset or a blaster offset. But it basically gives you a visual indication of the safety point. Let's get the jumps though. Yeah, Catherine Beefheart, you're saying it's always awesome to have someone new get really good at making music. Yeah, new to the music format. You're saying this version is better than the original? Yeah. I'm not that familiar with the original. As I was saying, and as people are probably willing to point it out themselves, there is, in fact, a YouTube playlist of the original tracks of everything that is in this project. I was delighted to find that that existed. So you know, we can definitely test out that comparison after the fact. A little bit short on that one. We need to really get off the bones on the right side there. And then we need a lot more forward momentum there. We're backing up onto each of the other bone jumps. And that one was a bit excessive. Yeah, and you slip through there, and of course I missed the easiest jump of the lot. And then you swim through the right side with the bone shell, but after that, we don't know. This level has been a very complete experience so far. We're not even through it yet. You get to see a bit of everything here. Oh, missed all the coins. That's okay. The scroll does stop here, so. One more coin to go, probably to safety given the checkpoint split. And look at his face here. What a very bright colored tongue on a robot face. Okay, what are we doing here? We dodge lots of things, and then we eventually... I think we just need to hit the on-off switch once to bust a mecha, then. But, well, let's see. What a robot face. What is remark on how... yeah, okay, you need to lead the missile to the on-off. That's what it is. You need to essentially get the mecha to blow itself up. Now, having it blow up the Spinies works too. Because it eases things up a little bit, at least. Yeah, there we go. Will do it? Yeah. Yes, it will. And the moles go up. Very nice. Oh, and look at that. We busted up its pure, beautiful face. That's not so beautiful anymore. It got punched into disfigurement. Yeah, what a very complete experience this level was. Very impressed with it. And I missed the track up into whatever congratulatory area is up top. I don't know if that's supposed to be a fake out or if there was just something wrong with the way we entered it. Oh well. Shouldn't have wrecked that guy's face. Well, we had to. It was looking at me funny. Anyway, like I said, I did plan to split this into 2 streams, but maybe we can push through at least some of World 5. Since there are 8 worlds to work with, and the clear rates do start to dwindle a little bit. This one is by Spanky Nuts and Barnstorm. And we should actually watch out for where the platforms are. It was off screen, so that's my excuse. But, oh yeah, no, it's on screen initially. And then we just need to hit every button here. Nope, missed it. I don't think it matters that we missed it, though. That was just giving us a target for pulling back on the jumps. The on-off matters. The question block shouldn't. And that you were saying this one was tough for you? Yeah. Sergeant Bigheart, you were guessing the makers as you were playing. Yeah. That's always a fun exercise. There are some makers who have a very definitive signature to them. I mean, I feel like, you know, you see some kind of video game remake or tribute going on. Chances are Barnstorm had a stamp on it somehow, but... Definitely there's some makers involved where I feel confident that I could have spotted their style immediately. But I don't know all the team music makers all that well. I mean, I know some of them very, very well by now, but there are a few that are new to me. Okay. Yeah, we need to hit that as it peaks out. We just previously didn't quite reach. This is a nice little segment here that we've been surprisingly able to read blind for the most part. I wasn't sure what was dropping off there, but dry bones it is. We got pretty far that time on a blind read, actually, so pretty happy with it. Except we totally missed the bones. Yeah, and Squink has the Tetris pieces, that's right. Signature decoration. I think I definitely would have figured out that the last one was Triscade, because, again, he's been doing so much experimentation with getting a bit more vertical range from custom scroll. And that stop and start scroll breaking format too is a big change from the usual. And some other makers that are later on the list that we probably won't see today, like Green Heroes and Death to Spies and so on, we have a pretty good sense of what their levels typically look like. Canting likes to keep a good rhythm with hitting enemies in the right beat. Yeah, we had a few moments like that in a few levels where it's always fun to notice when that's the case, where you realize that if you just bother to listen to the beat, you have an easier time straightening things out. Let's not get hammered. There we go. Very nice sequence there. Very readable. And here's Bonsai Bill. Oops. We have to actually aim properly there, though. But let's spring around here properly before we... Through. How very funky the instrumentation in this part. And yeah, we'll need to bonsai for something at the end, but we have to leave it alive until then, no doubt. Oops. Catherine Beefheart, you're saying also giant, dumb, gimmicky jumps. Yeah, whoops. We need to stop hanging right here at the start. You're saying that's kind of a personal signature as well, yeah. You can put in all the giant, dumb, gimmicky jumps you want, and then your excuses. I just played drums, man. And everyone will understand. Whoops. Yeah, we need to line this up a lot better. I don't think I'm supposed to bop the bonsai there yet. Unless the triple P blocks there are telling me that I should, maybe. Because maybe I do need height on the bonsai there, but we'll try to read this properly and decide. Kind of feel like we're supposed to keep the bonsai alive for as long as we can, but I think the triple P blocks there might be telling me something. Yeah, 3 jumps there. That's got to be it. Let's not totally miss that dive. The P block was right there, I just didn't plan for that. And then I was thrown off by that visually once again. We know exactly what's supposed to happen there. It's just that instinct tells me to continue back to the same stack, and that was obviously not correct. But yeah, nice big full jump solve. A lot of problems here as long as we just aim correctly. It is a level that's very much tuned around full jumps. Oh. That was not far enough over. We cut momentum a bit too soon. And we're supposed to bounce back because then you get the icicle hit on the question block on the right. Yeah, full jumps dictate most of the timings here. Oops. You're saying you were thrown up by the Bowser on the Thwomp. Anyway, let's take a game over. We got that one-up trick earlier that got us up to 99 lives, and this was our first game over since then, I think. I don't really pay attention to the life counts at all because we're so used to playing everything as singles. Oops. That's okay. Just means we get to see the first part again. we'll get back in a position soon, I'm sure. Might even one-shot this. Here we go. That went really quite smoothly. Oh, whoops. Let up on a jump a little too soon here. We shouldn't be letting up. Again, full jumps are expected across this level as far as we can see. I don't know why I went back to that block. What did I think was going to happen there? No. Whoops. Okay. Not quite catching that one. I mean, we know what's supposed to happen there by now, but still need to aim. We'll give it a nice big kick. Yeah, once again, we just need to fall into that location much more precisely. No, I wanted to back up. Let's stay focused here. There we go. Much better. Okay. Hey, it's a new record. Why did I do that? I didn't see anything under the red coin. That's what it was, and I was kind of hesitant to proceed forward. I think mentally I was thinking hit the switch, go back to the bones, and perhaps after hitting the switch something gets loaded as a landing points under where the red coin is. Pink coin, I guess, technically. So we'll figure that out. Okay, back and forth. There we go, it's Wendy. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Whoops. And yeah, I think you're supposed to head directly down to the Koopa instead of returning to that note block the way I was doing, so... Whoops. And Sergeant Bigheart, you're saying that the airship level had you flustered for a while, and that Captain Beefheart says you never got it? Well, I guess we'll figure out which one that is when we get there. Again, I've been very impressed at how much differentiation there is between all the different scrolling levels, mechanically speaking. And we need to hit that jump accurately without running into the Boom Boom. Maybe there's some optional reason to fight the Boom Boom, but I doubt we'll stick around for that. But if this were the kind of project where secret hunting was a regular thing, then definitely killing Boom Boom is what we would naturally try. In a super world format where you can't replay the levels immediately, if you're in the world, of course, that isn't as practical to explore. That's one thing I do hope they change for Maker Tree. I do wish that the world map didn't preclude you from just re-entering levels. You know, so what if you can grind out more lives? It really doesn't matter. $50 over here, but then that's after obtaining a safety coin, right? So we have that. We have everything else. Well, let's see what happens. You think flying boom booms are generally shout out the composer? Yeah, that's understandable. Composer having been such an important seminal figure in Maker 1 and popularizing the idea of expert platformer play that can happen in conjunction with track music. Okay. This feels like we wanted a second key off of Boom Boom, unless there's something... I feel like if you enter that key door, then you can pop out of the pipe on the return path. But there's also something going on here with the on-off switches. Maybe we walk here? No. Okay, no, never mind. I guess we'll just have to take the exit. I think we missed whatever opportunity this was, and I bet it's to Boom Boom. And yeah, with the airship level you mentioned, you're saying, oh, but when I see it, we'll get there eventually. I do see an airship on the map, so maybe it's the third one here for all we know, but let's hit another ghost house first. Scooby-Doo, where are you? Oh, that's exactly the song, in fact. As advertised. This is another Trescade. I guess it makes sense as a ghost house. We just need to do a shorter jump there. Maybe even a spin. This hit, and then... yeah, we do need to jump all this. Okay. I'm reacting a bit slowly to some of this stuff. No, we're supposed to jump on the bones. I'm pretty sure, because we would need to lose the bone shell where the spikes are. One of the rare instances where you'll see the dry bone skeleton throw, the dry bone's bone throw, rather, use that deliberately. Well, it's such a nuisance normally in the Super Mario World style that you can't have dry bones without the throw. Sniping the player everywhere. Nice spin jump. And yeah, Sergeant Big Heart, you watched to make this one, yeah. Okay, let's get over here. Yeah, there was a bit of hesitation here and there on reading some of this stuff initially, but we will totally get whacked by the mech missile. So yeah, Trescade, who, like I said, streams with his keyboard open. I will, in fact, give him a shout out. Because I believe he has, yeah, 2 eyes in his channel name. Yeah, because usually what he's streaming is music making. And he tends to run after me, so we've rated him a fair bit in the past. Whoops. Oh, no. Too soon. Too soon on that. And yeah, it's going to be a shell bounce over the bone throw, which, again, is unusually deliberate with bone throw. Whoops, no. Too soon. Nope. We need to stall on that a little bit longer so we have a bit more room for the correct kick to the right. Yeah, so stalling there for time is actually a good thing. Whoops, I was doing a spin there. That was too much of a spin though. There we go, nice and short. Now let's not get bopped by a stray mecha missile this time. Nope, too late. I was trying to get in position for that, and I kind of knew the headroom would be a problem. Okay, much better timing on that this time. We'll need to just get through here, I guess. No, because we need to keep the bone shell through that, because... Let me think about this. Hang on. Because I saw spikes on the floor, and I was thinking, huh, that looks like a damage section where we boost through it, but I guess we still need the dry bones invincibility effect immediately after that to pass the next gate, and so I hadn't thought about that properly. Let's read it properly this time. I was assuming far too much before we saw it. Whoops, no. Too soon. And yeah, good night, James D. Thanks for coming by as always. Hope you enjoyed what you saw and, in this case, heard. I'll catch up with more of the chat when I do have the opportunity. I don't mind those mecha missiles. Oh, ice. That's why. Okay, yeah. No, you can do an ice slide with it. That's why. I didn't think about that. That you can just fall into it and you can slide over on the ice in the invincible bone shell form. That's something we rarely see as well. This is just not an interaction that we deal with often. Yeah, Sergeant Bigheart, you were saying that you used the same tricks that he did in MMGP. Yeah, I missed out on the whole Mario Maker Grand Prix thing. I remember that it was happening at a bad time for me to keep up with Maker for some reason. Because it was, okay. Can we actually do that slide? I think it's slightly over. And there's that ice block in the middle that implies that, whoops, you can get a continuation. Yeah, I'll actually catch up on what you were saying because I missed what that was about. Yeah, oh, right. When you were watching this level being made, you didn't know it was going to be part of the super world, but it was a happy coincidence. And you're saying that same trick Catherine Beefheart was advised against in the MMGP level. And yeah, Sergeant Bigheart, you were a player, but Ish, as an Isherwood, took over for you when you had COVID. Oh, that sounds very unpleasant. Very unpleasantly timed, too. Yeah, I actually remember specifically relative to my Maker streaming when I got COVID the one time that I did. Oh, we need to really catch this down here, and I keep forgetting about that fall. We just need to dash off to the right, I think, and really get that slide. It was around, I think, SGDQ 2022. I didn't go to the event, but I played levels from it. But I remember that was one of the last things I played before I went off on a planned trip somewhere. Took off of streaming for a week, and it turned out to be much more of a week because on that trip, that was when I came down with it. The bone trick that I'm dealing with now was the thing that was advised against. I see. Oh, with the slide into the bone shell crouch. If I'm reading it correctly at all. Let's see. We'll see. Yeah, it's a little bit esoteric, I guess. But because, you know, if you're not reacting to it properly, it's hard to spot. Unless I'm just totally reading this wrong, too. Because I'm totally reading this as, like, go left to right, slide on the ice, and get into the bone shell. But I could very well be wrong. Hang on. You know what? Screen scroll. No, it's not screen scroll because the hard block comes down precisely to prevent that. I'm not going to trick it out that way. Whoops, no, too early. Well, we've got quite a few lives remaining to deal with this. Okay, there we go. Give me a toss. No. But we absolutely need to keep the shell. So unless there's another damage source or another replacement shell that I'm not seeing. Well, we'll see. I feel like maybe I haven't gotten the full measure of information there. So, do I understand this indicator correctly? This thing. I don't know that I do. Because I'm not getting any forward momentum going into that. Oops. You never backseat here. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for not doing so, but you're not fond of the indicator. Yeah, the down diagonal, I wasn't sure about. It kind of implies a slide down. I mean, people sometimes also use the slashes just a cross to say don't do that, but... Hang on. Because I'm thinking that I should just fall off the ledge on the right to get that momentum. I don't know if maybe it's something else like a screen scroll push. No, it can't be, because we know what trouble that runs into. We shouldn't get busted by that. But we absolutely need to keep the bone shell. Also, even with that spin later on, I'm not entirely sure that we know how to get past the And there. Whoops. Yeah, because maybe... Well, let's see. Because you kind of get caught on the lip of the spikes over there. It seems very clear to me that I have to have a bone shell out of that, though. That I'm not going to make it through without it. I don't think the mecha missiles are going to be relevant to me here. Because maybe you need to get that landing first, get into the slide entirely clear. You don't know how you could indicate this properly. Yeah, so it's something a little bit esoteric, perhaps. Because I need forward momentum from something. If I don't have forward momentum on the ice, then... I mean, the ice strongly implies to me that I need to head forward. And yeah, but the block still gets to push if I'm depending on the screen there. Yeah, if you don't know how it could be indicated properly, maybe that's the reason that it was advised against in MMGP. I wonder if it's something I know. I can't just dive down there. I sort of get the sense that I'm supposed to bypass the spikes entirely. That I'm supposed to jump all the way over, perhaps. By doing something like bopping the booze. Because that way I maintain momentum without tripping over the spikes along the way and, you know, having your usual bone shell bounce. Slow us down and take us across. I can't... no, there's no way because there's the spring there. I don't want to clue just yet, but... Obviously this isn't working out, and so I need to think about a different option. We'll see. I do want to see if I can reason this out, but there is some possibility that it's just not a mechanic I know. No, it's not going to be anything like that. Down diagonal. Hang on. Okay. But it's something that you think is not well indicated or is really difficult to indicate. So there's something here that maybe I just don't know. Let's think about this. So you've got a shell. We want to slide on the ice somehow. Maybe I need to get out of the shell, run into it, pick it up, and re-enter. You know, if you do it faster, you can do it. Like that. You drop it and you just run into it. You gotta deal with a scorpion in your home. That feels like it's supposed to work. because I was able to slide with a shell instead of bouncing with it because I'm not in a walking state. But I was doing it too slowly. If you get to that location sooner, I think that's actually doable. Oh, no, too late. Yeah, because I feel like it's possible to then duck under to finish the slide, but maybe. But we should definitely be rethinking how we enter that. Essentially, we need to avoid the bounce on the shell. So whatever we do here has to be... No, not quite. Because it does clip you by middle portion. And yeah, Captain Beefheart, good luck with that scorpion. If you make it back here alive. Oop. Yeah, because there's some way to get forward momentum going there without getting into the bounce. And doing that pickup that we were seeing might do it. We just need to... No, not quite. Because I was trying to dive into that... Or we kind of jump into the shell and get this diagonal entry into it. I don't know, there's nothing indicating to me that I should get out of the shell, though. Well, the most promising thing so far is that we know we can kind of make it through the first block. I think we need to duck into that, maybe. Get into the shell and then maintain momentum and duck. Oh, whoops, missed it. Yeah, pop out of this, jump in. No, not quite. But when we get there, eventually we want to jump towards the block directly. We need to hit the block first and then do the shell exit to get through. We might as well plan that ahead of it. You're saying no exiting the shell. Yeah, because I guess we just have to get some really good solid diagonal going into it. And just have lots of slide momentum on our landing. No. I think we just need to land well on the ice and slide there. Maybe. Yeah, so perhaps it is saying no ducking, because it kills your momentum pretty much immediately. So that won't be the solution. We just need to avoid the bounce. And the main difference there is just where the ice begins. Whoops. Yeah, because the ice begins right away on that platform, so if we just try to land well and stay up, then we don't get the bounce. But we need to cover as much distance on the ice as we can at the entry point, I think, just to build up that speed. Oops. Oh, whoops. Much too early. So yeah, let's rethink this carefully. Not quite. But I think that's because we sort of rammed the spiked at time. There's something we need to do here. It is saying down. It is saying... You see, I can't quite tell. Does that mean diagonal entry and then hold down so we can actually, you know, slide through into bone form? Which was what I thought it implied. You would advise it against jumping. Yeah, because we were trying to do it with the fall off of the edge earlier. And weren't getting enough momentum for that either, but... Yeah, you were saying you'd advise against jumping. Well... No, because we kind of get jammed in that position. Yeah, Nerf Scuttler, welcome. Hope you've been well. Oh yeah, we need to get out of here. I hesitated there for far too long. Oops. That's okay. That didn't compromise anything by looking the Koopa back that way. Give me a throw. Oh, nope, too late. Look, I don't have the solution yet. Not really much of an understanding of how it would look. So we're kind of hitting the wall here. That's one of the issues. Oops. No, we just messed it up completely. I mean, we need to get back there in the first place to try it out properly. Let's think about this. So, It's possible to just kind of spill over the edge. But when you spill over the edge, you want an ice slide to take you all the way through. Now, does the ice slide... If we get it, I think we should avoid holding right. Because we want to get the initial slide and we want to let the momentum carry us through, but if you're holding right, then you get to bounce. Perhaps. Oop. Well, first of all, we're getting caught in that corner. We need to not get caught in the corner. Yeah, and a duck would, of course, just stop us dead in our tracks. But it's when you are holding a direction like holding right that you get into problems with the small hop on the bone shell. And we need to avoid the hop, right? So if we're thinking about it properly, we need ice momentum, but we need to leave it undisturbed. There we go. No, let's not flub this. Yeah, let's just take it out. I was reading that and wondering, is there something else I should do here? Well, we have 24 lives left. Yeah, so that was the solution in the end, was we don't touch right at all. We get into the ice slide and we just let the momentum carry us. So eventually the simplicity worked out, but... Yeah, it's not the most intuitive thing to do because it's the kind of thing that, you know, you rarely ever see in practice. Except with that specific kind of setup. Okay, we need to, get that shell down before the icicles come back, or... No, it's okay if the icicles come back. In fact, they have to, because otherwise we don't get a jump on top of that shell. Or a push, rather. Well, like I was saying. Because the shell does have to cut through this bit here, so we do need to bounce it or push it. Oops. Without sacrificing too many lives here, so we don't get returned to the trouble spot earlier. Because you hit a shell twice, then... But then I can just push right there, though. I don't need to jump at all. I think it's okay. Oh, we want to get to the left. We want to get to the left immediately to where we're standing, and then we can push it to the right. When we're right on the screen boundary. So yeah, we should do it fast. Okay. And then once we get to the note block, then we just curve around the spike. Yeah, so we do want to do it fast, but we do want to do it here. Okay. And we need to be a bit more careful with things like that. Oh, no, wrong way. Stand on the left, push to the right. We know that. That was interesting. How did that happen that it didn't do the usual block break that we would get? Oh, we probably double tapped it or something and altered its position. Oh, whoops. Just calculated that one. There we go. Interesting that it was thrown off by enough there. I guess we didn't really get the side push properly because it just fell on our heads. Let's see. we need to give it a nice big push here. And then it is correct. Okay. No, I knew about that. I don't know why I was thrown off by that coin that time. Yeah, you don't want the shell to fall on your head. You want to give it a proper side push. Whoops. Almost a bit late on it that time, but we got it. Okay, that's always a bit of a thrill. Too much of a momentum cut there. Let's try to adjust so we can have as much forward momentum as possible. I'm not sure about those single coins that we're seeing on the left, and maybe that's just a clue to reposition and adjust. Oh, no. Keep missing that. Yeah, slight progress. We're getting there. 6 lives left here before we have to redo that segment that gave us so much trouble. So we'd better get our act together here quickly. Yeah, we just need much better left to right momentum there with a full jump. I already get this sense that we will have to redo. But it's okay, at least we know what we're going for now with the input. And, oh, a little too shallow on that angle that time. And then after that, you'll want a spin jump over to spike top at some point. But let's get far enough to try it first. Nope. Yeah, you are given the opportunity to kind of jump to the left and really readjust. And so if we're not too worried about the scroll timing, then we should do it. Okay, we need to get into the run right away. We have been squandering lives here all of a sudden. That checkpoint is going to become relevant very, very shortly, it seems. Or rather, the fact of having to start at the beginning is going to be a very imminent threat. Yeah, let's get proper momentum going here. No, too late, too late. We can't bounce like that. We'll need to start over. That's okay. At least we know what we're going for with the early segment. So we're not going to lose too many lives to just trying, I hope. Yeah, so no, we don't get that extra jump to readjust. We do have to play according to the scroll here. Got ahead a little bit that time, but we made it out. Going through. Okay, moment of truth. There we go. At least that shows that we understand it. You know what? Oh, no, I was about to say, can't I just reverse through that pipe and then grab another power? No, I can't because the Muncher would block on the other side. So, never mind about the one-shot. We one-shot the first segment. Trying to get too clever here, thinking, oh, why can't we steal the POW? Nope, the Muncher blocks it. We wouldn't want to steal the POW anyway, I think. For any number of reasons. Not quite. Let's actually get the spin here. Oh, nope, wrong. Yeah, too late on that because we didn't trail it properly. Left and right. Let's take that coin seriously for a little bit of a jump, and then once again we need to get every single one of these. Ooh, that was a close one on booze. Need to stall a little bit on these, and we'll dive right there. I was thinking, oh, do we have to do an additional bounce to cover that distance? Well, that was a bit of a misplay. However, that was a new record. Yeah, because I was thinking I was out of position, but that could have gone better. Okay, let's just fall in here just to catch up on the scroll timing momentarily. Yeah, we need to know when to do short bounces here. Just to stall a bit. Nope, once again. Hesitated a bit too much there and lost momentum. GG's at the ready, you're saying? Yeah, well, keep your powder dry. Why we're missing these all of a sudden? That's okay. We'll fix it. Just need to get off to a run immediately. Upon entry. Okay. There we go. Just needed to stall on that one slightly to get it in position. And that's the end of that segment. Run. Row, rather. Oh, yeah, because of the Scoopy level. Well, we're going to have to wait for a scroll break here. And look at this. It's another face. Well, I would have figured out that Bone Shell slides through the ice much earlier if it weren't for those meddling kids. Okay, airship. We were warned something about an airship level earlier, weren't we? I wonder if this is the one. And thank you so much for the GGs. So yeah, next one here is another Barnstorm. Let's see how it goes. Nitro Rider. And, well, Just very quick so far. Nothing out of the ordinary yet, but there's a lot of level left to go. All of these tracks have been great. It's just been a pleasure to listen to all of these. A lot of variety in texture and tempo and instrumentation as well between levels. It's a very well curated set. In terms of just keeping things interesting. Okay, then let's try to get this down properly. This is using quite a few of the gravity effects. My airship. Oh, no, jumped too early there. I didn't really see the pillar in front of us. This is how airships should be? Oh, in terms of the speed, or in terms of the low gravity mechanics? What I like so far is that there's some consideration given to the extra spacing you need at the bottom to avoid the issues with the airship camera bob, which is the #1 problem I have with airship levels, which is, you know, partly Nintendo's fault, that you just have the bottom tile basically becoming useless from the lack of visibility on it, lack of consistent visibility. A little bit off screen here. Catherine Beefheart, yes, we did eventually do Scooby-Doo correctly. I see that you seemingly won your battle with the Scorpion, which is good news. All that practice in Animal Crossing surely didn't come to nothing. I say this because recently I've actually been having trouble with the Scorpions again in Animal Crossing. After all these years, still ramming into them. We're missing the timing on them anyway. Okay, let's boom some boom here. Okay, I'm guessing this isn't the really notorious airship level you were telling me about then. This went actually quite decently. And yeah, the speed on this one is really quite lovely. You're saying this is your favorite level in the world? So it's not the one that was giving you airship trouble then? Yeah, very fun one, for sure. Not sure it's my favorite one in the set so far. I loved the one-screen puzzle earlier, and also the earlier Tri-Skate Castle, like the World 3 Castle. I think those were probably the standouts for me so far, but then again, we played so many good levels today, it's hard to really track everything interesting that's been going on here. Now, this is going to be a high bounce off of the Yoshi, and then a lot of Yoshi exits after that. And more accurate Yoshi exits than that. Yeah, that one was a thrill. Very high speed thrill as well. Another Yoshi exit here. You would say you've had a three-way tie for your favorite. Yeah, I would need to sort of think about everything we've been doing to really pick favorites, because, yeah, you know, there's already a bit of recency bias in what I've been naming, because we've already played so many great levels earlier too. Whoops. Spin out of that. But yeah, there have been many here that have been very mechanically unique. Whoops. That caught me a little bit off guard with the Yoshi bounce there. I feel like I don't know if I was supposed to be able to mount up off that spike top, but let's get back there and see. Because I feel like we're supposed to catch a landing into that Yoshi and bounce off the spike top and move forward. You're saying you loved that airship just now, the pipe maze, which I don't think we've seen yet, and the end credits, which we obviously haven't seen yet. We'll get there. Probably next stream. I'm gonna see if we can close out World 5 today, but oh, yeah, no, you're not supposed to jump out of Yoshi yet. You'd land on a spike top, so that time I did mount up in Yoshi quickly enough. On a spike top and hit the question blocks out of that. Very easy to just get locked into spin jump mode after doing too many spin jumps. Oops, and then we just overshot. Because here we need to switch into standard. Yeah, we've really seen all speeds in this experience so far. That airship level just now was on the higher end, I guess, of velocity. Okay. Yeah, so when you land in Yoshi, you really kind of need to switch gears between long spin jump and just long regular jump. Whoops. I've definitely been slow on that adjustment. Whoops. Okay. So my strategy here has actually been to hold down B the whole time. And if you hold down B the whole time to get high bounces, you can still use the shoulder button for the spin jumps as necessary. And I've found that if I do it that way, then I actually mentally don't need to switch gears. It's much easier to play that way. Maybe that's the way you're supposed to play it. And maybe that's kind of thing that is obvious to people who do the switching between jump and spin much more often and are very practiced at it. But since you're getting full bounces all over this level, it's very safe to just hold B the whole time and just spin on the exits only. Everything is perfectly spaced to make that happen, in fact. Except we need to spin with better timing. There's one of Catherine's, you think in World 7 or 8 was an NSMBU collab that was really good, yeah. Oh, I'll be interested to see what that's all about when we get there. Okay, let's... okay, so yeah, we were not supposed to catch that Yoshi, but I was a little bit too far to the left in that Boom Boom, interestingly enough. Oh, maybe I was supposed to exit off of that. I didn't look at this properly. What a jam these have all been. Look at all these Tetris blocks, a very complete set here. And yeah, Doc Juice, that one at the beginning of World 3, yeah, that was really quite something. A lot of these were great. I already have trouble keeping good ones straight. Or rather, I mean, you know, there's just been so much that's been mechanically unique, level to level, that we've had to really think about that. Really a complete Tetris bag over here. I wonder why... maybe I'm jumping too early off the Yoshi then. Because we're definitely getting too far left on the Boom Boom. Oops. Oh, whoops. Spun out of that one prematurely. Okay, let's spin to that. Whoops, too early. So many dead Yoshis, very much so. You really love how far Squink took the Psycho Killer concept, yeah. Really have to commit to the role. Always nice when the gameplay thematically matches the source material. There we go. And then I was about to go... Oh, I see. The left side arrow is telling you go in the green pipe. Okay. You're supposed to be tricked by that. I totally didn't look at the arrow by the green pipe. We just kind of assumed that Boom Boom was the exit, and I'm sure, yeah, that was absolutely the intended trap there. By the way, you should have been paying attention, yeah. But we're too busy killing. It even says that on the label. We should be doing that. And then we'll just miss that completely, huh? Okay. That must have been quite a clip show there with everybody potentially getting caught by that. Now, how are we missing this? I am trying to get a jump off of this. Okay, we just need to be a little more precise, more Tetris. Oh, that was a slow death for that one. Nope, that was supposed to be a spin for a spin kick. I just missed it. I read it, I just did it late. You did it twice? Oh, you went up to the Boom Boom area twice? Yeah, I mean, you know, if the death catches you by surprise, I can totally see how you would just miss the marker for the green pipe. And even though you saw it, it's very easy to just instinctively do the natural thing and lean right regardless. Whoops. Oops. Better pay attention to that life count too. Getting into the 20s. Over here. Oops, a little low. That one, and the spin onto the mecha is the thing that caught us on our best attempt, so let's try to get that. Yeah, Sergeant Bigheart, you need to go to sleep, but you want to stop watching. Yeah, we appreciate having you here live for as long as you can stay, but if you do need to drop off, that's fine. We will have the complete VOD on YouTube afterwards, of course. And I'll be continuing this likely on Monday night, Tuesday morning stream, but we'll see. It depends on which days I can actually make. There we go, that's the exit. And we'll likely finish up after the next level. Just to go back, Catherine Beefheart, that part where Yoshi runs away syncs with the lyrics "Run, run, run away." Huh. We'll definitely have to listen to the comparison afterwards. But I think I know what you mean. And you're in a sleep person too. Good night. Yeah. Thank you once again for dropping by so long. Like I said, we'll continue in a few days with this one. I typically do viewer levels in the spot in this time slot tomorrow. But definitely the next stream I do after that will be to conclude this. But we're going to try to wrap up World 5 today because I'm looking forward to seeing the last one. This is going to be a collaboration between Document and Barnstorm. We played tons of Document content in both Maker 1 and 2. I played everything by his 1 and most of his levels in 2, and I didn't know that it was missing something in the collection here in the Super World, so let's take a look. I'm glad you've been enjoying the playthrough. We've been enjoying the levels, so. Vanilla Thunderdome. With the Vanilla Dome music from Super Mario World. Again, Barnstorm bringing all the classic Mario resequencing. Yeah, we need to catch the parachutes early to grab the 10 coin, otherwise that's not happening. Is this timing based? Oh no, it's actually entity based. It's an entity gate for the on-off switch there. So yeah, we haven't really seen an entity limit gating level so far, and it's kind of nice to see that in conjunction with a music scroller. I guess with a music scroller, you know, it doesn't take much to pack in the entity limit, but takes quite a lot of finesse to, whoops, do this. We need to rethink this, hang on. We do have the opportunity to kind of stop and go screen to screen before the scroll break, so let's watch this patiently and really take the time to understand it. Whoop. And of course, the nice thing is that with the entity limit working the way it does, the spikes do not have projectiles. They have had their ammunition stuffed. Okay, so let's watch out here. Figure this out. Yeah, it looks like we just run across the slide, but or do we? Yeah. Okay. And then we need to bop all of these. Whoops. And yeah, we see that spike up top. That indicates to me that if we jump too high, that is a trap. It's not just going to give you a freebie of an invisible ceiling. That is, in fact, a trap up top. So you need a nice controlled jump to kill the piranha in the middle, and then try to get a better jump up there. And we'll jump each of these and continue once again. Okay, we made it. Oh, nope. But we don't want to get caught so far off. When we're there, we do want to land in a position that doesn't catch us on scroll break. I was thinking about that. We just reacted too late to it. But it did happen. I mean, you do have a very tiny delay where the spike ball has to come out to create the entity switch. But we shouldn't depend on that too much. We need better timing here too, in order to reach the last goom cleanly. Okay, through we go. down here so we can run it. There we go. Oh, and then we need to get the split. But then, well, the thwomp is just going to come into the abyss, but we need to... Oh, that is way off. I wonder if we can still make it. We'll try. Yeah, that does it. And let's not get caught by the scroll. That was a suspiciously empty room. That's okay. Gives you a nice, gentle exit segment. And then I'm supposed to jump it up top. But then once we jump it up top, then we hit the POW to kill it while the shell is down. Yeah, very inventive. Okay, so we hit this back and forth. I don't think I'll have an opportunity to use it as a... Well, I mean, it's SMB1, but we can't pick it up. We just need to go around it, hit the POW from below, and we'll see what we can do. I see the ice columns here. I wonder if this just means room 4 out of 7 or something. I kind of suspect it might. That the ice column there is a visual indicator of our progress. And yeah, we need to just kick the shell back and forth. Once we kick the spiny shell back and forth, we need to sneak in to hit the POW. And the POW, we just need to enter there safely because the POW will kill the spiny shell while it's rolling around. We just need to make sure that we hit the POW while the red shell is also killable. Otherwise, we locked in there. And we need much better jumping around this. You're saying yep to the room indication being the sequence that we're in. Okay, good. Yeah, and the shell actually stays after the jump there. We totally forgot to actually get around before making it out. Oh well. And yeah, you see the ice coins indicating 5 out of 7 in the room immediately after that, so... let's plan this out a little better here. But yeah, you just need to hit the POW to kill everything. But maybe... Okay, no, you just need to drop back down and then jump over. You can just do it with a single jump. It looks a bit. Okay. And that's why the coin indicator was there. I was wondering where the scroll was going to stop there, but the ice coins also give you an indication, by the way, of the scroll boundary. It actually gives you a very nice visual clue beforehand to where the scroll will stop, which is also very thoughtful. It's the kind of detail in indication that I've come to expect from Document, for sure. That you get a little bit of advance warning to where the scroll will stop, which, you know, from these room-to-room builds with rapid auto-scrolling on every scroll break is something that you don't really see that often. It's not something that a lot of makers will consider properly, just giving you an early warning system for where the forward boundary will be. Oops. But we still need to get around that boot. That's what the coins are for. Oh, whoops, I slipped right off. Yeah, I'm supposed to round that jump back into the boot, and then I see some dangling piranhas. No doubt there's going to be some how to hit those two. I just haven't really read my way through that room yet, so whoops. Okay, let's again have an exit strategy. And once again, I've been trying to jump off of that and we just spill off the edge. Sometimes I think I am not correcting enough for the fact that we also have the auto scroll going in terms of how I'm visualizing my momentum. Nope, we need to give that a bit more room, left or right. Let's just work on that jump, especially because we might be back here a fair bit. We are getting one-ups at the flag, though, so a continue will not be a problem, at least. Oops. Oh, I feel like we might be repeating this quite a bit until we've cleaned it up. Okay. Give it a nice long run. That was too close. Okay, let's not spill off the edge. So now we can get across. But then what? Because I don't see what we can hit with this. We wouldn't want to just... Guess we have to. Drop the boot here, and then maybe we hit... No, that's not right. None of that's right. Oh no, it's a stomp. Yeah, no. We have to take the boot far enough to stomp on this side and drive it down. That indicates to me that actually... Is the boot able to make contact with the plant? I actually hadn't considered that before. I didn't assume it would have, but this is maybe something new for us here. Ooh, too close. Because, I mean, when you hit the Goomba, the boot is going to land. It seems like the way to get the boot over is to make contact with the plant by sliding down the wall, which, after all these years of playing Mario Maker 2, I don't think I remembered that was something possible. But I'm also accustomed to document, in particular, making all these discoveries of offsets off walls and things you can do with them. Yeah, look at that little offset there. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And then after this hit here, we need to jump out of this and make sure we get the off switch. Amazing mechanic there, actually. Okay, and then we just need to pop the Wiggler off the track, I think. And then we would lose it, though. What's going on with the icicle? We'd step on the icicle. Yeah, because clearly we need to grab this and then punch it from below. If we punch it from below, then am I able to... then bounce off of it? If we get up to the icicle is what gets you across the gate afterwards. Yeah, this is such an edge case mechanic here, in a very literal sense. And yet, the way the obstacle is designed teaches that perfectly on the spot. Oh, too slow. And we have plenty of forward momentum going into that jump. That's what we want to go for. Oops. Right on the side of the boot. Yeah, that offset on the boot making contact with the piranha, that's something that has an entire level's worth of potential in it by itself, which, you know, maybe we just haven't seen the correct level to demonstrate that, but... Oops, once again, we need to pull back a bit more here. I'm amazed that I don't remember having seen that. We must have sort of unconsciously done that jump before somewhere, but... There we go. No, again, we want to wrap around, but not reach for it so aggressively. It's been a little tricky. Oh, nope, we got stuck on a wall that time. That killed a little too much momentum. Okay, forward. Yeah, back off of that a little bit. The precision potential of that boot, exactly. Let's go quickly. 6 out of 7. So we do want to bump the Wiggler. And after we bump the Wiggler, I think we need to jump immediately off of it to get a bounce. Because we're going to hit the one-way panel from below, but then as the Wiggler is falling while we're in a damaged state, I think we need to jump off of it. Then we get on the icicle, we ride the icicle down. So I really need to kind of jump cleanly through it, and we should automatically get the bounce. I pulled back too much. Because the Wiggler being multi-segment like that should, as it's falling, give me the bounce as we're cutting through. Okay. Yeah, same idea. We just need to do this cleanly and then jump into this location. That was correct. It's just that we missed. That was correct. I mean, the coins give you a good sense of what to go for, but... once we're kind of off rhythm here, things get a little dicey. Yeah, forward momentum going into this jump. There we go. Whoops, I don't know why we backed off of that. Just second guessing it. Oh, no. Again, just spilling too far forward. I think I'm overcompensating for the scroll going that far forward. Rather, we're just following its momentum a little too aggressively there. Okay, there we go. That's better. That felt like it was close, but that's okay. That was a terrible jump. It's funny because you probably can just go directly to the left instead of going for getting on the right, but whatever allows us to do things cleanly. Whoops. Yeah, not much of a ledge to jump around there, but we'll get it. Yeah, you kind of need to slow down going to this ledge and then jump around. Okay, that's fine, it's clean. Same idea, we just need to not miss the corner this time. And then made it. And we've got one rim to go. 3 coins. That I think we do need to hunt for now. Oh, need to jump on top of that POW and then to the left, and then fall after that. Oh, no, missed it. Rather, we jumped a bit too early and hit that. Sergeant Bigheart, you're saying the cool thing about playing this world and watching others play it is seeing different ways of doing things with the same outcome. Yeah. I mean, definitely a few ways to dodge around that spiny shell in the last room, for instance. Perhaps. Oops. But yeah, there's a little bit of flexibility too. Whatever feels the most comfortable to the player, I guess. Oh, whoops, too early. Do need to let that come back before we fall into it. Calculating whether to jump directly to the on-off or... Whoops. I don't think we can. I think when we take the icicle fall, we do need to get on top of the blue blocks first to grab a coin and then continue. Whoops. I don't know why that icicle keeps throwing me off. Probably because it's at that point where it makes contact with the bottom POW. There we go. But we need to time that a bit better. We should actually, if we activate that icicle too early, wait until it comes back and then try a better timing. We do have the opportunity to stall there. Whoops. Yeah, I keep missing because I'm coming in there a bit late when it's activating down below. Okay, let's wait for that to come back first. Then we can get on the bottom icicle and miss. Yeah, Sergeant Bigheart, you're saying you're a speedrunner, and so you like find the fastest way to the objective. Yeah, I'm more of a puzzle player. I'm accustomed to trying to work things out and, you know, eyeball what the solution will be and then go for it. And so, I've had this discussion with Document specifically since we're playing the level that he collaborated on here, that very often I'm kind of overthinking my way through certain obstacles when the actual solution is I need to be a bit faster. and I'm missing the required timing just mechanically by not cutting corners well enough. And meanwhile, I'm, you know, slowing down and trying to poke at everything I can, which sometimes brings out a couple of things through playtesting that other people won't see. That's a KO in Vanilla Thunderdome. So yeah, because I don't cut corners particularly well, I like to try to stare at the screen for a bit and work out what the system's going to be. We will not get to 6, 7, 8 today. We will save it for the next stream, and given that some difficulty is starting to ramp up, maybe that'll be enough to really fill a nice full session. So like I was saying, World 6 will continue probably in 3 days. We will usually do viewer levels tomorrow, and then the next maker stream that I can get on for after that will be more of this. But if we have any scheduling changes, we will, of course, as usual, post about it into Discord, where our Mario Kart World photo gallery now also resides and is very open to other contributions. But this has been a incredibly varied experience so far, both in terms of the music level to level, as well as the different styles of gameplay that we're seeing, even within just the auto-scroll format. And never mind the levels along the way that have been outside of it, like the various room-by-room scroll break levels, or that one-screen puzzle that was really quite elegantly put together. We've had tons of fun with this, and hopefully it's been enjoyable to watch and to especially listen to as well. But for now, we're going to pass you folks on to somewhere else. So thank you once again for all of the follows, and especially the raids that we got today from both Coops Trooper earlier and Sergeant Bigheart. We'll be sure to drop by your channels as well. And yeah, thanks so much. You're saying great stream and great gameplay. I'm glad you enjoyed it. There will be more very soon. In the meantime, we'll look for a raid target, and thanks so much for watching. Have a wonderful time with everything you are playing or making or otherwise following. And those of you still getting warmed up with your Switch 2s, have marvelous fun with that as well. And we'll see where to drop you next. Probably to some card, actually, just looking at who I'm following and who's on right now at this unholy hour. But until we see you there, as always, have fun with everything, and fare thee well.